This meeting is being recorded. This meeting is being recorded.
Where's Ralph? Roger, whatever his name. Ralph.
Ralph is not here, is he? I don't know.
Ralph? No. Okay, we have both shows today. Start with the minutes. Why would he be here?
Well, between the two of us, we'll get it.
Yeah.
Good evening and welcome to a regular meeting of the Norwich Selectboard. This is Wednesday, September 27th, 2023. I'm Marcia Calloway, currently serving as chair. I'm joined in alphabetical order by board members Roger Arnold, Mary Layton, vice chair, Priscilla Vincent, Pamela Smith, and interim town manager Brennan Duffy. This meeting is being held in the Tracy Hall meeting room and via Zoom with CATV Jam broadcasting live on YouTube. The agenda and packet materials were distributed via the Norwich listserv. I apologize for the mix-up on the second posting, but we are starting this meeting at 6:32. And they are also available on the town website under the Select Board tab. Brennan is monitoring our admission to the Zoom platform. No one will be admitted unless we see a full name displayed. Please focus any remarks that you may wish to make. Speak clearly and loudly so that everyone can hear what's being said. If you want to speak to someone else in the room, please go out to the hallway or the stairs so that we don't impair people's ability to hear. Audience members who want to talk with I already said that, sorry. Members of the public who are attending in person and who are recognized by the chair to speak, please come to the table with the beautiful flowers so that remote participants can hear and see you. For remote public questions or comments through Zoom, please raise your hand to be recognized by the chair before speaking. For questions or comments through the telephone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute after being recognized by the chair. I will also monitor Zoom to acknowledge participants who wish to speak and will reach everyone who wishes to comment. Please direct all comments or questions to the chair, not to other people or the board members or in the audience. The order of speaking will generally be select board members first, then members of the public attending in person, then people participating remotely through Zoom. Consistent with our rules of procedure adopted in March of this year, the chair may suggest commenters conclude their remarks within 3 minutes. Public comments for items not on the agenda should be offered after we approve the minutes, and I will let you know when we reach that section of the agenda. The first thing on the agenda is the agenda. In the course of the late addition of agenda item, which is numbered 1.5, the citation was incorrectly listed, and it should be 1 V.S.A. 313 (A) 3. That's a small a. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? So moved by Priscilla. And then do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mary. All in favor, Priscilla?
I'd like to make a comment. Yes, if we could have a discussion first. I've prepared a statement because I found this last week extremely frustrating in trying to set this agenda. So I'd like to read my statement if the board would indulge me.
We would. Go right ahead.
Thank you. As I said, the events of the past week have been particularly frustrating for me as it relates to agenda setting for tonight's meeting. It is evident that the chair is passionate about item 1.5 on tonight's agenda. So passionate that I believe she has become confused about the boundaries established on how we conduct business on behalf of boundaries that are not only enshrined in statute, but boundaries that have been clearly articulated as acceptable to the voters. When the chair requested a third emergency meeting on Monday, September 25th, 3 members said they felt this issue could and should wait until the regular select board meeting scheduled just 2 days later. When I requested an amended agenda to include this item, the chair responded, citing all of the reasons she felt empowered to wait and add the item during agenda approval at this meeting. I pushed for a polling of the select board to see if the majority wanted the agenda amended and posted prior to the meeting. The chair had to acquiesce on amending the agenda when the majority spoke. But in doing so, she arbitrarily and capriciously changed the start of the meeting time from 6:30 for a regular meeting to 6 p.m. without polling the members. And in my opinion, that was a violation of the open meeting law. If not for my unrelenting insistence that we amend tonight's posted agenda prior to the meeting in the interest of transparency, the chair would have added item 1.5, employment of an employee, to tonight's agenda during the discussion of item 1, agenda approval, with every expectation that the board would vote on this employment decision this evening with no advance notice to the public. In my opinion, this appeared to be an attempt to vote this matter with as little public awareness as possible. Because this relates to hiring the only town employee under the direct supervision of the select board, I feel it is imperative that the select board make this decision in an open and transparent manner. The voters were very clear in the last election that they wanted a change in the makeup of this board, and they were very clear that they wanted the candidates they elected to conduct the town's business with transparency. I can draw no other conclusion than leadership feels comfortable using heavy-handed tactics and even manipulation. This is a very serious allegation, and I do not say these words devoid of that realization. The fact is, I feel that this board was issued an ultimatum. The pressure tactics of the past week clearly telegraphed an expectation that the board would make a monumental employment decision in a very compressed period of 1 week, setting aside a much delayed process that had finally been put into motion, and do it as quietly and with as little public awareness as possible. I will always fight for greater transparency, not less. And I sincerely hope that the events of this past week and the tactics used will not be repeated in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And obviously I take issue with the allegations that you have made, and I'm not going to get into it at this moment, and you understand the reasons why. We'll move on now. Do we have a vote? We have to vote
To approve the agenda, yeah.
to approve the agenda. Priscilla? Pam?
No.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary? Yes. Marcia? Yes. We have we have one vote in the oppose, and it passes. Thank you very much. Next, correspondence. Warrant and minutes.
What happened to 1.5?
What happened? Sorry. What about that one? 1.5. Do we have a motion?
I move to enter executive session pursuant to 1 V.S.A. Section 313A3 to consider the appointment or employment of an employee.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Priscilla? I'll call the question. Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam?
No.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes. Do we have a second motion?
I think there's just one.
Just one for this? Right. I left my motion sheet. All right. We are in executive session at,
May I?
yes.
Do you want to invite me in as well?
Oh, yes. Would you like to amend your motion before we
I
vote?
will amend the motion to invite the interim town manager.
Priscilla, do you accept the friendly amendment?
I do.
All right. And we shall vote again. Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam?
No.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes.
I've just received a text from my husband saying he's not being let in the meeting.
I don't see anybody on the waiting room with a full name, so that is what we've been requiring. Did he come back in with the full name?
I don't see anybody.
That's
Demo.
All right. We are in executive session at 6:41, and we will retire to the next room.
Think you have there.
All right. So,
The
do
recording
we have
has
a
stopped.
motion?
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Wait.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, now, ready.
I move to enter public session. I'll
Do
second
you have a
that.
second? Priscilla?
Yeah.
All right. Call the question. Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes, unanimous. We are in public session at 6:59 PM. And do we have a motion?
Yes, I move to ask the select board to approve an offer of employment to Brennan Duffy to serve as Norwich Town Manager from the date of signing for a term of 3 years ending 2026, and to authorize the chair to sign and execute the agreement.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Priscilla. Call the question. Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam? No. Roger?
No.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes. Motion passes. Priscilla?
Yeah.
Thank you. We welcome Brennan as our town manager, and we will be having a public statement, I think, in due course, but thank you very much.
Thank you for your confidence in me to lead the town here over the next 3 years. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's my phone. No.
Oh, yeah, go get it.
Much excitement.
I know. Mary's coming back, and we are going to start now with correspondence. And I'm going to start.
minutes?
Oh, minutes. I keep missing the minutes. Thank you. The minutes from September 6th, 20 and 21 are in the packet. I don't know if you want to do them individually or want it all together. Do we have a motion for all or one of them individually?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of September 6th. However, I will note that there are some amendments, some changes that need to be made.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll discuss that. Do we have a second? This is just a motion
I'll second that.
for the September 6th. Okay, Pam, go ahead with whatever you were going to notice.
On number 8, personnel hiring procedures. At the end of the first paragraph, it says Callaway, Vincent, Arnold. Yes. Mary was left out of that, so we need to change one of those Arnolds to Layton. Same on the next paragraph, Callaway, Vincent, Arnold. We need to add Layton. And that was the only thing that I noted in those minutes.
I had another correction.
Okay, before we leave that, do the people who were mentioned twice?
Roger was mentioned twice.
Okay, but everybody else is okay.
At all.
Yes.
And you were, do you remember what you voted?
No.
You voted as the second Arnold, presumably, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it would be correct if we changed one of the Arnolds to Layton.
Okay.
Okay, can I,
You may.
okay, on page 3, under the very bottom of number 6 about the update on Hemlock Road, it has me voting twice, which I did not do. It has me vote yes and no. I believe it should be Arnold, Layton, Callaway, yes, and Vincent Smith, no, because I know I voted no.
Missed that one. Good catch.
Right. Cam, are you still willing to make these corrections and send them to Miranda?
Absolutely.
Good. Any other corrections?
I think we were tired that night.
Were you undecided?
No, I wasn't undecided.
As to the minutes of September 6th, can we have a vote? All in favor of approving them with amendments? Can somebody make that motion? Or I think we need to amend the motion that's on the table. Pam,
I will change my motion to say that I move to approve the September 6th, 2023 minutes with corrections.
And I will still support that.
Great. All right, all in favor? I don't think we have to call the question. All in favor?
Yeah.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. Now, as to the minutes of September 20 and 21, do we want to treat together or separately?
I had a change on 21.
So as to the minutes of September 20, would someone like to make a motion to approve them? Mary moves to approve the minutes of September 20. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Seconded by Pam. Any discussion? All in favor? Approved unanimously. As to the September 21st, Pam, you had an issue with that?
I did. It did not note that I left the meeting at 6:30. And when you look at the motion to adjourn, only 3 people voted.
And Roger,
Well, it says Roger was at the executive session only at the top. I don't know if that's accurate.
I think that was true, although I don't think it was the entire one because both you and Roger left before it officially ended. So.
I know I left at 6:30.
Okay.
They also came late because they were.
You did
such
come
early
late.
Came a
meetings.
little late, yeah. There was a lot of coming and going, I have to say.
I don't know if there's necessarily a requirement to sort of to note that.
Well, I only mention it because there are
Yeah.
only 3 people voting to adjourn. So I didn't know if it was important to note, but I did leave at 6:30 if someone wants to be that precise.
actually, on the September 20 ones, there are no votes recorded either. Or like when we enter public session,
Yeah.
when we adjourn, so.
Yeah, they're right here. Vote yes, vote yes. Vote
Yeah,
yes.
but no no's, because not everybody was.
Well, Roger and I weren't there for,
Okay.
I was there for the first one and the second one. Roger wasn't here yet. It says executive session and entered at 5:09.
Which one do you want? Sorry. 21st?
21st.
Oh, okay, I was back on 20.
I came at like 5:24. I think was when I last looked at the clock.
I'm afraid I didn't bring my notes with me for those 2 meetings. Would you like to table this and we can review them, at least for the 21st? Shall we table the 21st?
Yeah, let's save time.
Sure.
All right. The minutes for September 21st are tabled until the next meeting. We're now on to correspondence. I'm going to just briefly review, and where appropriate, we can ask if anyone wants to add comments. Catherine Harwood is here. She wrote regarding the emerald ash borer beetle and the possibility of having those infected trees turned into pellets, and suggested that we replace the oldest oil furnace in Tracy Hall with a pellet burner. Did you have anything that you wanted to add in addition, Catherine? Thank you. Jan Lanspear, Chair of the Planning Commission, wrote a couple of things. The first regarding data from the commission, regarding data that the commission would hope to find in the planning office. Jan, if you are here on,
Yes.
is it there? Okay. Do you have more that you would like to add to that?
I think on the first memo regarding the documents, I do not have anything more to add. Right now, we have 2 requests in, one for zoning edits and one for the graphics associated with the town plan. I'm working with Pam on the first one, and Brennan is taking the second one. So that's all I have to say on the first memo.
Okay.
And that would be Pam
Pam
Mullen.
Mullen. Let's keep our Pam straight.
Do you have more to add to that?
Not at the moment. I think we're still trying to review our records.
Okay. Stuart, did you have a comment about that? Stuart Richards?
Yes, I needed to unmute. So it's really important, I think, in terms of reviewing the town plan, that we get a Word document, which I'm sure exists. And we have so far on the Planning Commission, as far as I know, and I'm certainly be happy to be corrected, but as far as I know, the town plan has not been available in a Word document, it will make the editing and suggestions that might be made on the town plan a whole lot easier with a Word document. So if the select board can exercise its authority and make that available, it would certainly be very helpful.
I think I have a hard copy.
Yeah, they want an electronic copy. And so if people can find it, I'm sure it's yours. But if they can't find one, and there's nothing to say that there is one, I mean, I'm sure there was at one point, obviously, but I don't know. And, you know, Brennan and the planning office will do due diligence to see if they can find something. However, you do have the hard copy, and so it may be that you're going to have to do that, work from that. So,
Well, at least,
all right.
at
And the
least if you-
second thing, sorry,
if you make the attempt,
go ahead.
that would be much appreciated.
Absolutely. The second note from Jan was regarding the relationship between the planning commission and the planning office staff. Jan or Brennan, did you want to say anything about where that stands?
Yeah, I can start. So I think the memo spells it out in detail. I don't need to go through the statements there again. The point is really that we have a great deal to do in both the DRB and the Planning Commission, and we need the staff position filled. That's point one. Point two is that we really, as a Planning Commission, want to participate fully in the candidate selection, job description, job title drafting, and the hiring process. And so that's really the gist of the memo, is to point out the reasoning for having the Planning Commission involved and getting a person. And I think this is the most important. We want the person to be successful. The person is going to be working with the Planning Commission and the DRB. And so it's far more likely they're going to be someone we can work with and be effective if we participate in the hiring process. So that is really the request of that second memo.
Thank you. Brennan, would you like to address?
I would just say that Jan and I have had several productive conversations about how we can collaborate on finding the right person to fill that role, and collaborate amongst the groups that are going to be involved in moving the planning office forward.
Brennan, how many applicants have you had since you've been on board?
Roger's asking a question.
Yep. So I would say at this point, we've had 2 qualified applicants and a number of other folks that were kind of through Indeed and probably not what I would consider, quality applications.
Thanks.
Okay. So it's our understanding that you'll be working with Brennan. Okay.
Yes.
Understood?
And then,
Great.
and that will include, we're hoping that will also include someone from the DRB as really the other group that works with this individual.
Roger?
If I may, I think actually this discussion needs to be an agenda item, not something that is discussed at length through correspondence.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think that the majority of our citizens want to see the town plan rewritten for less than 3 years after it was established. I think they would need the Planning Commission owes an explanation of why they are seeking to make amendments to the citizenry before they embark on that process. I don't know why a committee wants universal access to the town's departmental files. Like, these are questions that I would like to address in an agenda item, not not through correspondence. And I think it is a tactic to sort of pick up a little bit on, Pam's good point, although perhaps maybe not generously expressed, but is nonetheless a good point. I see this as tactical. I don't appreciate it.
Well, When people have concerns, I tell them to write to the board. And so that's what Jan did.
Yes, so
And so now that opens the door for a request for an agenda item. And one of the things that I have been intending was to bring to the board the question of how we want to engage with our different committees, because multiple questions are coming up and there'll be more tonight, I think. So I think that can be an agenda item, potentially even for the next agenda.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Marcia?
I don't want to talk about it during a correspondence item. That's all.
Well, I think it frames the context. So, Jan?
I just wanted to speak to that, if I may, because I think there are two topics here. The one that we're speaking about is the staff position and how to move that forward to get that position filled. I completely agree that anything to do with amending the town plan, what the work priorities of the planning commission should be, needs to have select board involvement, public involvement, and we are in no way proposing anything big or, that's been decided. That is, we're at the very beginning, and that's part of the reason why staff would be useful to have. So I think that clearly would come as agenda items and a very different kind of conversation.
Thank you for that clarity. And Jeff?
Yeah, since Roger said what he said, Jeff Goodrich, thank you. I just want to note there's a quorum of the Planning Commission here tonight. So I guess we're having an official meeting as well. I just want to encourage Roger to look at what the law says and what the role of the Planning Commission is. And I would like to encourage Roger to be positive with respect to his comments going forward.
Thank you. All right.
I think we need an agenda item.
Yep, that's.
Do other people agree? Because we can't, I think to Tam's point earlier, we clearly can't do it over email. So
I agree, you agree,
Yeah,
Mary
no,
agrees. There's
Let's do
three
that.
people.
Let's do that.
That's agenda for next time, Planning Commission. Good. All right. Doug Wilberding wrote regarding the Norwich Energy Committee's e-bike lending program. The questions there were regarding waivers primarily, and those were referred to town council. And today we did have word back. So Brennan, would you like to say something about that?
I would just say, yeah, late this afternoon, we got some directive back from the legal counsel that we'd referred the waiver question to. I will be reaching out to the chair of the Conservation Committee. I'm sorry, the Energy Committee tomorrow, and we'll have a further discussion about how they can move forward with their event.
Good. Thank you very much. I'm looking for Garrett Heaton? Sorry, glasses.
Yeah, hi. My name is Garrett Heaton. I'm the Energy Committee Vice Chair, and I have prepared statement from Eric Rentz, the Chair of the Energy Committee, who was unable to attend tonight. I'm assuming now would be an appropriate time to read that in.
Yes.
Okay. Apologies
tell
if this somehow conflicts with the information that was received this afternoon, but Eric writes,
You might want to, I was going to say, you can say you can read your statement, but depending upon what you're saying, things may have resolved very nicely.
Yeah, that is my concern.
Okay.
Let's hear the statement.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll read it in. Dear Norwich Select Board, each of the 4 last summers, 2020, 2021, 22, and 23, the Norwich Energy Committee has hosted an e-bike lending event. These events have been part of a regional program in which a set of e-bikes have been hosted by groups across the Upper Valley, typically groups such as town energy committees, rec departments, and local libraries. In the week leading up to this year's event, a member of the public voiced questions, comments, and concerns about the e-bike event. This public comment is part of the September 27th, 2023 Select Board packet. While the comments range, I'll address the pertinent comments about the e-bike event. The program as a whole did and does have liability insurance. This was procured as part of developing the program. The Norwich Energy Committee and every other Upper Valley host received a certificate of insurance as additional named insured. The waiver that individual riders were requested to sign was developed by the program organizers to align with the liability insurance. Following the concerns being raised, the Norwich Energy Committee members have worked with the Select Board ameliorating the situation. Documents have been shared, communications have been clear and transparent, event parameters were adjusted, no individuals signed the waiver or rode bikes during the 9/16 walk-in event. The event duration was curtailed and overnight loans scheduled after 9/16 were canceled and bikes were delivered to the next host early. Given the annual nature of the event and track record of success, it was assumed that legal re-examination of the event was unnecessary. That track record includes no claims over the program's 4-year run. This was an honest oversight and a lesson about what will prompt legal review. Please let the Norwich Energy Committee and other committees know if there is additional guidance on what prompts legal review, what the legal review entails, and how long legal review takes. Promoting e-bikes goes beyond greenhouse gases. Active transportation modes of travel provide several benefits: increased exercise, increased parking, paired with reduced pollution and reduced traffic congestion. The e-bike lending program promotes a fun and non-commercialized way for our residents to check out e-bikes. The Norwich Energy Committee involvement in the program is in keeping with our town plan. See Implementation Program Action number 33. Quote, work with community groups and others to support non-vehicular transportation options in Norwich, end quote. Thank you, Eric. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think this will be one of our agenda items coming up, because one of the things that we need to be clear about is the charge for committees and their scope of authority. So things like that involve insurance should be going through our town manager's office, and when necessary, we'll have to go to council. And so that's been done now, and you'll be able to work with Brennan, and I think all will be well. But we will have on an agenda item what committees need to be aware of and what the select board expects, because these are appointed committees with certain expectations for their scope and limit of scope. Okay, next we have to that, we also had Anna Gunther from Vital Communities. That was also about the program. We had a letter from Nancy Morley regarding her support for making Route 5 more accessible for bikes. I believe people may be aware, but if they're not, I certainly received something, I think it was from the LTC, but I can't remember. There is work going on about a longer corridor on Route 5 for just this very issue, so that there's a safe bike route. And so I think, Brennan, do you know more about that? But I was thinking we could maybe even put a link on our website.
I am not familiar with that,
Okay.
so I can't speak to it.
I did get something, and so I'll send that to you, and we can maybe put it up on the website so people can see, because I think it's an effort that's going across the state. Diane Judd of the Vermont Municipal Clerks and Treasurers Association wrote to inform us that our town treasurer, Cheryl Lindbergh, was named Vermont Treasurer of the Year, and at the association's annual awards banquet in September. I think I can speak for everyone when I offer for the second time my congratulations to Cheryl on behalf of the town, and recognize her skill and years of diligent work for the town, which has now been recognized by her state's professional association. So well done to Cheryl.
Madam Chair, may I say something?
Yes, you may.
I would like to make a motion if the board would so entertain a motion.
You may.
I would move that the chair of the select board send a letter on behalf of the select board congratulating Cheryl on being named the 2023 Treasurer of the Year by the Vermont Clerks and Treasurers Association.
I'm happy to second that.
All right. All in favor? Passed?
Thank you.
Who's second?
I did.
We are incredibly blessed with Cheryl, by the way. I mean, it's a long overdue recognition. I think she is so familiar with Vermont statutes, so familiar with town finances, treasurer of so many things where it's very hard to find a treasurer for anything. If you've ever done volunteer work. And
Very busy.
she's just been a tremendous, she's such a public spirited person. She's a real gift to the town.
Thank you. William Wickner writes regarding Podunk Road mail delivery and request for the town to contact the White River Junction Post Office postmaster. I have spoken to Professor Wickner, and I believe, Brennan, you might be able to offer more.
I do. I actually have some good news that the issue of the mail delivery being halted has been resolved as of today, I believe, maybe a Friday. So I talked to Bill earlier today, and he said that they got their mail delivered to the mailboxes, and I think everything is good.
Excellent.
Yes.
Great. That's wonderful news.
He wrote this letter to us last Wednesday, the 20th, and said, you know, the White River Junction acting postmaster is trying to resolve this by the 22nd, which is 2 days later. I don't know if we have a way of responding to somebody, we as a board with our warrant meetings have a way of responding to somebody who has an urgent need, or whether we just say, Brennan, on you. You go deal with it, or if there's something that's really timely and it just hits somebody, you know, the way things do.
Well, I'll speak to the board part because he called me, and this is a postal issue.
Yeah, it's not a town.
It's not a town issue.
No.
And unfortunately, you know, apparently I learned something that the road is sort of half in one town and half in another town.
We have those.
Right. And so Brennan did a nice thing by making a phone call, but it's not a town issue, it's a federal issue.
Right, but I just wonder if somebody wants to alert us about something that's urgent. Do we have any way of responding?
Well, through our town manager,
And if necessary, calling an emergency meeting?
if necessary, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, after I spoke to the person who was, you know, Mr. Wickner, I called Brennan, and Brennan had already knew about the position, about the situation. So
My phone hasn't worked for a week.
your phone hasn't worked.
Oh, Brennan.
It's not a concierge.
October 4th.
Or is he, right?
Wow, put that in the minutes. Brennan is not a concierge.
Thank you for sharing. All right, and then starting on page 32 and going through page 42 of the packet, there appears to be information from the PUC about the case of the Michael Hennessy solar array application. I believe this is just required notice once an application is filed, and that we will, because we had made a motion to be listed as a party, so we would get all other stuff. This is just to ensure that we are being informed as these cases progress. But this particular thing, I think, if I read the PUC rules correctly, we would have gotten in any event. All right, do we have a motion to accept the correspondence?
So moved.
So moved by Mary. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Good, unanimous. Next, it looks like we have 6 AP warrants for the night. And so what we will do,
We have 4 to sign and the 2 that were just in the packet
okay,
that have been signed by you as the chair.
perfect.
Just 4.
Okay. So you'll have to tell me which ones don't.
139 and 140 should have been marked copy because they're informational copies only.
Oh, I can see my name on them. Okay.
Yeah.
We don't need to do anything about those?
Not those 2. So we're going to be doing 4, which would be item warrants 1050, 1051, 1052, and 1058. And those start on page 44 of the packet. So shall we start with, well, we could do them all together if we wanted to, or the way this motion is written, we could do them in one fell swoop.
Okay, with doing them all together, but
Okay.
I'm going to hear from others if they're comfortable with that.
For it.
Go ahead, Mary. I move to approve AP warrant number 1050 in the amount of $4,275,712.99 from the general fund. Warrant number 1051 in the amount of $3,795.89 from the town reappraisal fund. Warrant number 1052 in the amount of $12,964 from the police special equipment fund, and warrant 1053 in the amount of $19,151 from the DPW payday fund.
Thank you, Mary.
Wait, so these are,
So we've got,
so are these expenditures that we've already authorized and we're just now they've made their way onto a motion? Onto a warrant, rather?
That's
Okay,
correct.
great, because those were reserve funds on there.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
That was a mix of transfer.
Okay, great, sorry.
Okay. Do we have a
I'll
second?
second it.
Second by Roger. Okay, all in favor? Unanimous, thank you very much.
If we could drop back to warrant number 1039, there was one expenditure that I questioned.
39.
1039, the one that Marcia signed. On page 3, almost halfway down the page, Howard Fairfield, DPW window replacement parts, $5,296.29. I'm wondering what that is all about. That's a lot of money for window replacement parts.
Well, as mentioned before, if I get notice of questions, it's easier for me to answer those. So I believe that was a window repair cost on a piece of DPW equipment. That's all the information I could give you tonight.
Okay. That brings us to item number 6, the Women's Club request for.
Yeah.
Madam. Oh, I'm sorry, Cheryl. Go ahead, Cheryl Lindberg.
Hi, thank you, Marcia. Cheryl Lindberg. I had a couple of questions as well on the AP warrants. One of them was to do with one of the reserve funds and the account number. Perhaps Brennan can find this out under the Police Special Equipment Fund. The account used on that warrant 1052 is an accounts payable account number, whereas typically an expenditure is reflected as an expenditure account number and not an accounts payable. I don't know if Brennan can answer that tonight or not, but I wanted to ask about the use of that account number.
Now, if you wouldn't mind, Cheryl, if you could send me an email so I have that tomorrow, I can talk with the finance department and confirm from the number.
Okay. Okay, and the other question I had regarding our capitalization process for our assets of the town is we just spent a large amount of money on our paving of the transfer station area, and from all that I know, it's good for 20 to 25 years. Is that something that will be capitalized in the records of the town?
That is a good question, and I can say that we have kicked off a capital planning exercise within the departments, and I can ask that as well. If we're able to capitalize something like a paving project, I'm not sure that we can, but I can ask the question.
Okay, thank you.
It's not a structure, so it might be more difficult to be able to do that.
Happy to hear back from you.
Chris Clement.
I have questions, sorry.
Oh, you have a question?
No, we talk about paving as capital like, literally every budget season, so.
Good to remember.
Yeah.
Chris
Look forward
Clement.
to it again.
Chris Clement. We can't hear you, Chris, unfortunately. There you are.
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure you went from AP warrants right directly to number 5, and I think that you kind of missed the public comment part.
You are correct, madam, and I will rectify that before we move one step further.
Oh, wait, it's not in order?
Oh,
It is in order, I think.
sorry, you're not correct, but we're coming to that next.
Getting there very soon.
Thank you.
Didn't even make a mistake.
Yeah. All right. Jan, did you have a question?
Can I finish my public comment, or are we not on public comment yet?
I'm waiting.
No, I'm sorry if you
waiting for
didn't hear that.
public
We're
comment.
not. Okay. Public comment is next. We're trying to finish the warrants. Okay? And then Chris will be first. Okay, so we have now had all the questions on all the warrants, I believe. We'll move forward. Yes? Did we vote on them? We did. It was unanimous. Okay.
It's confusing.
It is confusing.
And now we are on public comments, and Chris Clement is first.
Hi, Madam Chair. Chris Clement here, and I know that your public comment statement is for items not on the agenda, but really would like to go back to the appointment of a town manager, even though it was in executive, but you didn't allow the public to have any input in this. And I would like the select board to explain to the public what the process was in hiring a new town manager. Because unbeknownst to me, while the planning commission, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the planning commission, we were just discussing the idea of the hiring process of this town, the selection process, and collaboration. I haven't heard of anybody, I haven't seen an RFQ. I didn't know that there was one out there. And if there was, how many respondents there were, if there has been any interest, and how it is that that the select board, without any public input, has just suddenly launched into a 3-year contract with a town manager without the public's knowledge.
Thank you, Chris. We will make a statement.
And I'm sorry, a statement regarding that you've just gone ahead and hired them, or that you followed procedure according to the town policy?
We are going to make a statement about the hiring of this town manager. This
And that will include
board-
the process?
I believe so. I'm not going to speak for the board because we're going to put together a statement. That's all I can say at the moment. We made a decision and we are pleased to have Brennan with us. So we will move on for now, and we duly note your concern. Jan.
Yes, I'm going to speak to the same topic. And I'm speaking as a member of the public, and I'd like for you to see this from the point of view of the public, a member of the public. So as far as we saw, first of all, let's all remember that over the last couple of years, we had a long stint of what was quite acrimonious based on some disconnects between select board, town manager, and the public. That's in the history. From our point of view, we had an interim town manager and plenty of discussion around a hiring process to get a permanent one. Then last week, we saw one emergency session, then another emergency session. Now, as far as I know, emergency sessions have very specific criteria that you cannot have the time to do a special session, which is not very much delay. So emergencies are emergencies. To have 2 in a row, the town didn't know what was going on. And that is just worrisome. And then you pop out of a 3rd executive session to sign the town up for a 3-year contract with no public comment. So I just state that as that's what it looked like from the public. And I'm concerned about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Understood. Stuart Richards.
So as a third member of the public, I'd like to underscore what both Chris and Jan have said. I very much agree with what they both have said. And I'm not going to add anything much more to that, except that I really think that the process is deeply flawed and should have been followed in a different way. My public comment relates to my experience as the past moderator for the Land Use Committee. We pride ourselves, I think, living in a liberal democracy in which it is not only fair for people to express different opinions, but also to provide some kind of respect for those who express different opinions. We had a situation, as the past moderator of the Land Use Committee, we had a situation where the two members of the Land Use Committee decided that they would not accept correspondence. I've never been in a situation in this town, and I've attended a lot of select board meetings, I've attended a lot of planning commission meetings. I've never been in a situation where correspondence was refused simply because the opinions that were expressed in the correspondence differed strongly with the opinions of various members of a particular committee. I think it's inexcusable that there should be a situation where different opinions can't be expressed and respected. So the reason I'm bringing this up is I've never seen this kind of situation occur at the select board. When people write, their correspondence is received. In this particular instance, the correspondence was not being, they were not willing to receive the correspondence because the ideas expressed in the correspondence differed strongly from the opinions of the two committee members who rejected it. So I wanted to advise you of this situation and hope that it never happens again. And I really think that the committee members who were unwilling to receive contrary opinions get to understand that it's not a question of whether you agree with the opinions that are being expressed. It's a question of the fact that we live in a liberal democracy in which expressions, whether you agree or not, can be put forward. So I'm sure that this is going to be discussed at the Planning Commission. And I strongly feel that the two members who acted in the way that they did should be aware of what they are doing and how contrary it is to the way we should be behaving. So thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you, Richard. Stuart. What I have been thinking about for a while was that, we need to have, and I remember we talked about this years ago when Claudette was still on the committee, about having some sort of, guidebook of protocols and things for the basics of how to run meetings. And I think that would be helpful. So that could be something that we bring up in the context of our discussion about committees and how we all work together. Cheryl Lindberg.
Yes, thank you, Marcia. Cheryl Lindberg. First of all, I'd like to thank you for recognizing me tonight in that correspondence. But I'm also here to comment on the process that Chris, Jan, and Stuart have commented on. Because all the years I have been involved with the town, this is an unprecedented process that's taken place tonight. And there's always been a search committee established with community members and a process that vets the candidates available out in the public that we aren't even aware of now, who may wish to be considered for this position of town manager for Norwich. And I'm surprised that Mary Layton didn't speak differently to this because she's been on the board, she's been through searches, she knows this process. I'm disappointed as a citizen of this town, as to how this process has taken place. And I echo the other individuals' comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is not incumbent upon someone to make an individual statement. So we will,
Yeah. It's wild. Individual board members are just getting eviscerated. It's like a reminder that we govern as a group.
we govern as a group.
There's no reason to take any one board member, to dress any one board member down. It's just.
Okay. Thank you for that.
So I will say I have been through 4 or 5 incidents of searching. So that part is true.
Yeah. All right, now we will go to I don't see any of the people, do you, with their hand up? Okay.
Stuart still has his hand up. I don't know.
Stuart, are you just still, you had 3 minutes. Did you need something else to say?
I would like to make one further comment, if I can be allowed.
Sure, 1 minute, please.
So I want to, again, and I know that this has come up before, you've listened to me patiently, but there's been no action, as far as I can tell, to stop what is a huge waste of money on the open meeting law lawsuit. I would like to see this resolved, and I'm sure other people don't want to see any more money wasted on this lawsuit. The town should admit, as the judge has already said, that the town has, quote, made a mockery of the open meeting law. I'm going to repeat that because it needs to be in the record. The town, according to the judge, said that Norwich has made a mockery of the open meeting law.
Okay.
And I would
thank you.
I would like this
Thank you,
mockery.
Stuart.
I would like this mockery to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Cheryl, do you have one more comment? 1 more minute?
Yes. What I didn't also say is, with a search for a key position of the town, it brought about a unanimous vote of support for a candidate to be our town manager. That didn't happen tonight. So there's the flaw as well. Thank you.
And Cheryl, I can tell you that didn't happen always. So,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said unanimous votes did not always happen.
Yes, I agree.
Jeff Goodrich.
Jeff Goodrich, just briefly, I appreciate that this board attempts to govern as a body, but I think it's critical that when a board member makes a statement, that board member may be held accountable. That was my intent earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I believe we are ready to move on to item number 6, the Women's Club request for an alcohol waiver. This is in our packet, and I think it's fairly straightforward. Lily Trayman.
Easiest and hopefully most unanimous thing you do tonight. So,
how refreshing.
So this is a request for a waiver for November 4th. The Women's Club is putting on a good old fashioned sock hop at Tracy Hall. We are going to encourage costumes. We're going to feature the songs from the 50s and the early 60s, and it's going to be a good time. We are engaging Lutz Catering, not Trail Brick Tacos, as I wrote in my letter. There was a last minute shift in vendor, but everything is well within the time limits for getting the proper permitting, and all of the rules will be followed.
In what capacity are you
Roger?
speaking to this?
As Women's Club.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you have to do some sort of a request with the town manager's office that tells us which caterer? Does that have to?
It's not specified in the town ordinances. All I have to do is ask you guys to grant an alcohol waiver.
Okay.
With a licensed caterer.
Yes.
The licensed caterer.
Who has also named the town of Norwich as an additional insured. It will all be,
It's all in there.
we've used them before and they know the drill. So.
Okay. Stocks are okay.
I think there's any license to do socks. Goodness.
So any questions for Lily?
just repeat what somebody said, yay, alcohol. I think this board needs a little more of it, but.
I should say it's a cash bar, so don't get too excited.
All right, then, if there are no more questions about that, could we have a motion?
I move to waive the alcohol.
You need to convene as the norm.
Recess,
Oh, we
yeah.
have to recess, that's right. Okay. Oh, the alcohol.
I was relying on my person who put this in.
All
right.
How do we do that?
Yes. Is there a motion to recess the board, the select board, and to reconvene as the liquor control board?
So moved.
So moved by Mary,
I'll second.
second by Roger. And may I call the question? All in favor? Unanimous. We are now the Liquor Control Board at 7:49 PM. May I have a motion?
I move to waive the alcohol ordinance to permit the Norwich Women's Club to hire a licensed caterer to serve wine and beer at their event in Tracy Hall on November 4th, 2023.
Thank you.
Cocktails, sorry. I don't know if that needs to be specified, but.
Wine, beer, and spirits?
Wine, beer, and spirits.
I amend the motion to say wine, beer, and spirits.
I'll second.
Seconded by Roger. Any discussion? Call the question, or not call the question, all in favor? Unanimous? Great. Thank you. And now, may we have another motion for public session?
Well, we have to reconvene as.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so we move to recess as the Liquor Control Board and reconvene as the Norwich Select Board.
Thank you, Mary. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Unanimous? We are back in session with the Select Board at 7:51 PM. Ralph, did you get all that? Thank you. All right, we are now, if I am correct, at item 7, the Stantec proposal for engineering services for Hemlock Road.
Are we going to do a direct town manager's report and a finance report?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'm going back and forth. I don't have my regular things. Thank you for that. Let's go backwards and do the town manager.
Could we, for the sake of, I know we have two folks who are here with us tonight. And we also have some of the residents along Hemlock Road that are joining us. So if it's possible, maybe to come back to the town manager report and the finance report after action items.
Absolutely. So shall we go to Stantec?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So Brennan, would you like to walk us through the proposal?
I will actually, I believe Chris Kaufman, our DPW director, is on the Zoom call here, and I was going to let him present his memo that was in the packet. And then we also have Israel Maynard here, who is representing Stantec, and I believe we still have Sean Kelly, who is representing Sanborn Head. So Chris Kaufman, are you available?
I am available. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Yep.
Okay, great. Good evening. As Brendan mentioned, we're here to talk a little bit about the Hemlock Road proposal we received from Stantec. We received the approval to go ahead and approach Stantec based on a submittal of a qualifications-based selection proposal for Hemlock Road with the toe cut failure that everybody's aware of. That is a FEMA event. On September the 20th, we did receive a cost and scope proposal from Stantec, and also which included a proposal with their sub-consultant Sanborn Head, which would be doing the geotechnical analyses. The proposal was broken up essentially into sections. The first item was to evaluate, to go out and do data collection and evaluate alternative analyses. 2 preliminary alternatives would be developed and discussed with the town, FEMA, and also the regulatory agencies prior to determining an alternative to proceed with. The second item in the proposal was a geotechnical report that would be developed by Sanborn Head, which would include collecting soils data and doing a slope stability report. This would involve collecting soil samples on site. The third portion of that work would involve permitting. The two main permits involved in this work would be the stream bed alteration permit, which is handled by Vermont A&R, which is the Agency of Natural Resources, and the Army Corps of Engineers general permit. There is a NEMA compliance issue, but based on the location of the site, it's likely to receive a categorical exclusion. The fourth item would be the project design itself. Stantec would provide at least 2 preliminary design submittals, both 50% and a 90% for review prior to issuance of the final plans and specifications based on a discussion and a review with the town. And this would also, once approved, would include a ready to bid package with an engineer's estimate, cost estimate included. The proposal also included time for construction to be involved in the bid analyses, attend a pre-construction meeting, and provide technical support during the project. And the timeline in the proposal met with our proposed plan of attack to try to get this moving forward as quickly as possible. Stantec believes they could get the overall design package ready for bidding by the end of November 2023 and ready to bid in January 2024. This is important because most times the most favorable bids you could get are the earlier you can get the bid out in the season. And the cost presented by Stantec and their consultant are a cost plus fixed fee contract. So the town would only be an invoice for an expense if it's determined to if it's not to be required, based on the geotechnical analyses. In other words, based on the results we get in the field from the analyses, that we would only be billed for work that would be necessary. So currently, and this would also eliminate any or reduce the chance of any sort of change orders in the design process. The current anticipated cost for Stantec would be approximately $48,129, and for Sanborn Head, their sub-consultant would be $47,167 for a total of $95,296. And just as a reminder, since this is being viewed as a FEMA event, FEMA's reimbursement is anticipated to be 75%. And the state's reimbursement is expected to be 12.5%. Thus, that leaves the town with a responsibility of 12.5% of the total project cost. Any billing that would start with Stantec would likely be having payments in October of 2023 and would occur throughout the duration of the construction project. And the construction project, depending on size and magnitude, would likely occur in the latter part of spring of 2024. And and so if Sean and or I believe a representative from Stantec are on the line, they can discuss any more.
So Israel Maynard is on from Stantec. I think we lost Sean Kelly here at some point. But Israel, do you have anything you'd like to add to the presentation?
Excuse me, Brennan, do you see Demo trying to get into the meeting?
I don't. He was on earlier. I've been very strict with 2 names. So if you're communicating with him, as long as
I'm not with him, but someone said that he had been trying to get in.
He was in the waiting room as a 1 name. And even though I think we all know who BMO is, I've been really trying to be consistent with, if you don't have 2 names, I don't allow it in. So
I'll communicate that.
If you could, thanks. Sorry. So that was to Israel, if Israel has anything to add.
Yeah, Brennan, can you hear me all right?
We can. Thank you.
All right. So, yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what Chris was saying with the way the cost plus fixed fee contracts are structured. And so the reason we do that is because, there's a lot of unknowns and the scope is a little bit vague until we really get some of that geotechnical analysis back. So with a cost plus fixed fee, it guarantees that the town is only going to pay what it costs us to do, plus a 10% fixed fee. So it's not a lump sum contract where we're going to make an exorbitant profit off it. It's all going to be based on, how much work is required on our end, and then 10% added to that after our cost. So just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you, Israel. And it looks like Sean Kelly did rejoin the meeting. So Sean, Chris has presented kind of the proposal that came in, and if you had anything you wanted to add as the geotechnical expert, I know you've actually been out on the site as well and inspected that. So this is an opportunity if you have anything more to add.
Thanks, Brennan. Sorry for losing connection, then jumping back on late here. But yeah, we're geared up to work with Stantec on the slide. I did visit the site and walk the tow. I was in the river, walked through the backwater there. Currently the conditions are such that one lane may be appropriate, but we can definitely drill at the site and not have an issue with access.
Great. So I will just add to this that I think everyone involved is trying to find the simplest and most cost-effective way to resolve the issue that we've been made aware of here, and that is the hope. And again, I guess what we're asking of the board tonight is to ratify that we move forward with Stantec based on their proposal that's been in the packet as submitted. If so, then again, we will hope to try to expedite this. Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you thought you might be able to have some of the soil boring analysis by maybe the end of October. And if that was the case, we would be able to act hopefully before winter does set in some way.
That is correct. We called our a local driller and penciled in a date prior to approval, just to try to move the process along in terms of coordinating the drilling at the site.
All right. Well, obviously, timing is critical. We have homesteads that are without motorized access right now, and so we appreciate you trying to move this forward.
So the board will go first.
Mary was first. Mary?
Yeah, I have a question about the geotechnical part. Just thinking that we had such unprecedented rain that triggered this event, and I'm wondering if the technical analysis will take that, the geotechnical analysis will take that into account for what caused it, but also in consideration of what the solution is. I think one of the concept was kind of a retaining wall, but if the massive slope is behind it that is unstable because of unprecedented rain, I was thinking, well, that retaining wall, maybe that protects it from the riverside. But what protects the whole thing just from blowing out from, a bigger slide happening with rain that is just not precedented? So I just like to think that a little climate consideration. No, just because I think it is out of the ordinary that this term may be really experienced, with sort of normal amounts of precipitation and how it affects soils, especially clay. It sort of absorbs water in slumps. Mm-hmm. So I'm just hoping that aspect is looked into, and also I'm not quite clear on why there would be two solutions. Whether one is just replacing the fill, the other is a retaining wall. Are we talking radically different solutions for some reason? And maybe this is an inappropriate time to ask that, but it just struck me that, why that kind of little fork in the road for that. And they may not be answerable. It might be that you have to gather the information first, but.
Well, I don't think I would like to answer that, but if Israel or Sean wanted to talk about the process there, I think that might answer your question.
Yeah, I can take that one. So, I mean, we definitely consider fully saturated soils when we're looking at these types of stability. So that will be considered, and we're certainly going to look at improvements to drainage to get the water off the slope and into the river without causing saturated slope condition. So that will be part of the project. As far as the multiple alternatives, I think what we need to do, the reason we want to do that is because there may be an easy or cheaper alternative that we want to use, but then we get that in front of the regulators, maybe Army Corps of Engineers or the stream alterations folks, and they don't like that solution and want to go with something, a little less impactful on the stream. So maybe that pushes us into, a wall solution or something else of that nature. So that's why we want to at least start out with a couple of alternatives to get those in front of the regulators and start to get their thoughts on what would be allowable here.
Hey, Brendan, I also wanted to add that FEMA did state that mitigation, meaning that, adding additional measures to prevent additional failure in the future would be considered applicable in this situation. So it would be funded through FEMA, but through their mitigation department. So that's why they well understood that there are going to be conditions up there that we're going to have to design to that will add to the overall stability of the slope.
Priscilla, first, I'd like to say that I'd like to reach out to Yan Mei Lin and say how awful I feel for her that her house is burned down. And rightly or wrongly, when I got the news for that, I just felt responsible that I don't know what else we could have done, but I felt as though somehow we were at fault for not protecting her house. And I am aware that the other 3 houses in the barn there are equally vulnerable. And that just bothers me. There may be things we can do, and maybe they're not, maybe some security things we can do that we wouldn't want to talk about in public because we don't want to tell everybody where we're hiding security cameras or whatever. I don't know. But I just wanted to get that out there. The other thing is, I'm looking at the Stantec stuff, and correct me if I'm wrong, it looks as though this is just a sort of engineering and planning proposal. Do they do the construction? Would they be bidding on? No, somebody else would bid on the construction.
Yep, this is just the engineering phase of the project, and then there will be a second process for the construction.
And did I understand it correctly that they would be assisting with the bidding process?
Yes.
I believe that's the case, yes.
Okay. Good. Any other, Pam?
Yeah. My understanding is that once we get the geotechnical survey done, that will determine where we go from there, right? So my question is, why are we using 2 firms when we could contract directly with Sanborn Head to get their geotechnical report and then decide if we need to do anything else? I'm confused as to why there are 2 firms involved here.
Well, the short answer there is we went through the procurement process that was required for the FEMA and for our town, and that required that a qualified bidder submit, and that was Stantec as the qualified bidder, and then Sanborn Head is a sub-consultant for them doing the geotechnical analysis.
So if I can paraphrase, it sounds like Stantec is going to be analyzing what we need, and they need the expertise of Sanborn Head to fully explain that. Is that true?
I would agree with that, and I'll let anyone else, Chris or Israel, weigh in on that as well. But yes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I just want to mention too that, with the schedule that we're trying to hit, getting everything done this fall, it's going to be important that some things run in parallel. So we'll be kind of starting to develop plans as Sanborn Head is developing their geotechnical report. There's stuff we can get set up so that when that report comes in, we can kind of implement those fixes or their ideas fast, and then get those plans out for town review and regulator review. And it's really going to be important to try to keep multiple things moving at the same time, so that we don't stall waiting for something.
Roger?
I heard it tangentially mentioned, but the results of this process determine whether or not it would be possible to open that road up again and provide access to the neighbors. So it's this result that may or may not.
Yeah.
The results of this work determine that.
So again, I'll let others weigh in. My understanding is the results of the geotechnical analysis are going to lead us in a path of whether we may be able to open up that road quickly, or whether there's huge instability and we're looking at a major mitigation.
Okay, great.
Marsha, if I may ask another question. What was the reference to opening one lane?
So one consideration has been that since the slope failure is on the eastern side of the road down towards the river, that potentially there could be an ability to open one lane, which would be closer to the west side of that road, which is another steep embankment up the hill. And again, that's nothing we can say is a definitive answer today, but I think that's one of the ideas that are out there that might be possible. And that would obviously be a short-term fix to allow access into those properties.
Would that also allow the homeowners to have fuel trucks to come in and deliver fuel so that they can have heat for the winter?
I don't want to say that tonight, but that could potentially be an option if there's a traveling lane open.
As I mentioned at an earlier meeting, I went out to Hemlock Road and spent a number of years living in that area. I saw nothing that would prevent traffic on the road when I went out there, and would have been happy to drive my car the entire length, but it was blocked off.
And I can only say, I think this has come up in every meeting since the issue, some illicit repairs were made on that road. People entered the closed road area. They dumped fill. They graded the fill over the cracks in the road. That's why there's no visual evidence right now that there is an issue with that. However, we had our Stantec report, which was done days after this was noticed. We have documentation in photographs of the cracks that occurred. So I can only answer that question so many times. The road looks okay visually. It is not safe at this moment. And as soon as we can have an engineer declare that it is, I can't wait to try to get those people back to their homes. I don't know if I would just ask Sean, as the geotech who's been out there, if you wanted to add anything to my layperson's explanation there.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me chime in. So I did make the comment about the one lane, and the reason why I did that was because I wanted to let folks know that our work, which will require us subcontracting a drilling company to drill soil borings to evaluate the subsurface, our work can be done along that stretch of road where there was some settlement and cracking that occurred. My visit that I made was obviously after folks had, as Brennan indicated, folks had did some repairs, quote unquote, in terms of just putting a surface coating of some gravel over top of the cracks. The timing of that is not really clear. I will say that during my visit, I didn't see any additional movement since that work was done. So when folks do walk the road and try to look for the cracks and look for the damage and the slope movement, it's not visible currently. But that's not to say that the road is safe for travel for the general public, and that's because somebody just put a sheet over the top of the roadway, and we really need to evaluate the subsurface to confirm that it either is currently stable or unstable. And obviously, our role is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public, and that's a focus right now. So once we have the soil borings done, again, we'll be able to evaluate the stability of the slope and be able to move forward in the short term to figure out if the road could be used as a one-lane travel for heating trucks again for the winter season.
And Brennan, I'd like to add too that, you know, our sign package, as you know, was illegally tossed over the side of the embankment by some person or persons, and it appears as though they entered the site again around the time of the fire, and somebody put additional gravel on the road again. So this is the second time, based on information we saw out there, that somebody has done this. So just to point that out. So.
Yeah, I will just, again, to that point, add that we have an active criminal investigation underway here to try to determine what has actually happened and maybe is continuing to happen. We've also had obviously a major crime occur if we determine that there was an arson at the suspicious fire there on Hemlock Road last week. So we have a lot of strange things going on out there around the Hemlock Road closure.
Madam Chair, I have one additional question. Pam? So the estimate here for this work is around $95,000. What fund will we be noting as the source of funding for this work?
Well, I think that this would probably fall under the unanticipated expenses category. So that, again, I didn't make a recommendation here, but I think that is probably where we would draw from. Again, 75% of this is potentially reimbursed by FEMA and 12.5% by the state. So we're actually not really looking for the town. We're certainly assuming that the town is not on the hook for $95,000 here, but that would be reimbursed. So we will need to be making the arrangements to make upfront payment here as invoices come in, and then we'll be again going through the FEMA reimbursement process. I think the good news here is that we've had several meetings with FEMA representatives and VTrans representatives, and everyone has agreed that this is going to be categorized as a FEMA event and that this toe cut failure is going to be qualifying. Now, we don't have 100% assurance of that, and we probably won't up until a check arrives, but that is what we are working off of right now through our earlier conversations there.
This may be an unanswerable question, but given we're on the brink of a government shutdown, does Stantec or Sanborn have any experience with this and how it delays things, if at all?
I think that might fall under the category of unanswerable at this point.
Okay. Is FEMA considered essential personnel and they're not affected by?
Sure, you know.
I don't know. I don't know either, but it would seem FEMA would fall under the essential category, but I could be wrong.
Do any
What constitutes an emergency, right?
Right. Who's defining what? I can't remember which of you were first. Jeff?
Well, I wasn't first. I'll defer to either person.
Gracious.
Address the technical and merits of what was said.
Okay. So Charlotte, would you like to keep up to the table with beautiful flowers?
Thank you, Jeff.
First name, last name is all we need.
My name is Charlotte Metcalf, and I have a farm in Norwich that has had a lot of earth removing. It had a gravel pit on it, which I restored into farmable land that required engineering, working with the town, which agreed to do the work to put in an additional culvert to take the water that was going to wash out Union Village. That was during Andy Hodgkin's time. I also worked with Peter Bragg when my road washed out the first time when I was here. With Larry Wiggins and with Neil Richards. All of them collaborated with different local firms to get jobs done. And the one that I want to focus on was after a very severe flood in 2017. It occurred on July 1st, 2017. And maybe 100 yards of my road was completely washed out. 7 feet deep, okay? Which is, I think, the kind of washout we're talking about here, where the whole road might just give and go in one fell swoop. Not only that, but I had a farm road the stream went through, and that entire farm road was washed out into a pond at the bottom on another road, an entirely different road. And within 3 weeks, the town had provided the material to rebuild my road, and Graham Webster had done it. We also know that locally we had Northwoods that was able to engineer the Thetford copper mine recovery. And it's just disappointing that, and maybe it just has to be this way, but that we need to go step by step through all these layers before we can begin to help the people who live on Hemlock. And I just wish there were some way that we could reach out to some of these very capable firms locally who could do the engineering and do the work in a timely manner. As I said, 150 yards of my road, 7 feet deep, were gone. And I never once had to call or complain. I knew that other people were suffering too, but it was done by the town and by someone in town. And my farm road had washed into a pond all the way through the farm. And a contractor from Woodstock, whom I had used before for other jobs, managed to get permission from the state to take that fill out of the pond and reuse it to rebuild my road and put in a new culvert. So all that was done within a month. And I just wish there was some way we could expedite it by getting in touch with some of these local people to see if they couldn't help us.
Thank you, Charlotte. I'm presuming, Chris Kaufman, that you thought about that, using your department to do this?
We are not in a position to evaluate slope stability issues above a river. That a local road issue, we did repairs on the roads during a lot of work that was done during the flooding. But in terms of doing work 25 feet above a slope, a steep slope above a river, that's not something that a local DPW would undertake lightly, especially considering the cracks and the instability of the conditions that have been shown, and by bringing a consultant on board and evaluating that.
Thank you. That's clear. Thank you. Jeff Goodrich.
Yeah, Jeff Goodrich. And as I sit down, full disclosure, I work with Sean Kelly routinely, and we have projects that have much larger slope issues related to them. So I want to talk about a couple things to follow up with what Charlotte said. Our firm helped in the 2017 repairs, FEMA related, et cetera. So I know the FEMA shuffle, Irene, other towns, et cetera. I think, I don't agree with the way the town has approached this, but I don't want to say that in a disparaging way by any means. I think that my impression is that both Chris and Brennan have attempted to address this in a decent way. My perspective is that the town should be engaging Sanborn Head for this. As I said the last time I spoke, Sanborn Head is an ideal firm. I think the RFP should have been, it was not an RFQ. The RFP should have been addressed for geotechnical issues. I don't think the Stantec should be engaged, and I think there is a procurement process that would allow the town to basically engage Sanborn Head. Once Sanborn Head does its thing, I guarantee the scope's going to change, the costs are going to change, the entire project paradigm is going to change. Personally, I don't think that this is eligible for FEMA funding. Nonetheless, I think it's prudent for the town to engage a geotechnical firm such as Sanborn Head to evaluate this slope. Relative to this road, there have been shear plane cracks on this road before. I've only been here 60 years. I've never seen any tree displacement, any shear plane indication of failure on the slope itself. I've walked back and forth on the slope. I don't see this as a toe cut issue. There's no pressure erosion that comes into this bay. There's very low energy, it's just water going up and down. And as a result of water going up and down, there is a convex situation at the bottom of the hill, but I don't see any relationship to shear plane failure up the bank. Nonetheless, while I believe that this road could be open for at least one lane traffic, I think it's prudent to say at this juncture, with Sanborn Head taking a look at it, they're going to say whether that's true or not, whether the soil integrity exists to allow one lane or 2 lane opening, which is not going to be that far out. It could be that I'm wrong. I also want to make note of the comment earlier about rain event. The watershed contributing to this roadway, by my way of thinking with the soils that are there, this is not an event that occurred. Whatever the shear plane thing is, which has been occurring over time as a function of the slope, not inundation by water or unprecedented waterfall. It's a relatively small watershed, frankly. So I also don't agree with the paradigm of the engagement with the costs plus fixed fee, 10%, et cetera. I would just do an hourly basis for whatever. The only thing I can think of that might be needed concurrently with Sanborn Head's work is topography. There's no boundary or right-of-way issue that's been included in this paradigm. So at this juncture, the only meaningful effort that I can see that might be needed by the town would be from Sanborn Head. And I would like to encourage the town to engage Sanborn Head directly.
So I'm just looking over the list of things that's being provided by Stantec, and I'm just wondering, things like getting permits and that sort of thing. There's an extensive list. Is that something that Sanborn Head normally does or not? You can answer. I'd like 1 sec.
Are you asking me to answer that?
No, Sanborn.
Okay.
So yes, I'm here. I can say that our firm is a multidisciplinary firm, but in terms of local permitting, dealing with A&R, anything to do with U.S. Army Corps, that's not in our wheelhouse. We do offer other service areas, but in terms of like the site civil work that Stantec would do, that's something that we do not do.
Thank you. That helps. Jeff, did you have one more comment?
Yeah, if I may, Marcia, Jeff Goodrich again, the regulatory paradigm would be a function of what comes from Sanborn Head's report and what the alternatives are.
Okay.
Do you want to take Ernie's comment, or are you ready?
Yeah, I'm doing the people here first.
Okay.
Mr. Hardy.
Hello?
Oh.
Mr. Hardy, W.C. Hardy, from the Boston Road. And I've been walking the road up there for 2 or 3 weeks off and on, and I haven't seen any sign of any erosion on the banks down to the setback. Nothing. It's like it was. And then on the other side of the road, okay, on the opposite side of the setback, there's a steep bank that goes up. And the soils probably aren't great there. I don't know. But I'd advise everybody not to even dig into them. Because then it's going to slump, and it's going to slump. And I don't know if you know it or not, but on top of that slope, there's a historical old cemetery. And it's a big one. I think it's Meeting House. And God help us if that comes down into the road. Seriously, you want to think about that. I've walked the road all the way down to the old bridge that used to go across, and I don't see any signs at all, cracks or anything there. I remember 50 or 60 years ago hauling hay through there for Vern Drew at the Drew Farm down on Route 5. Now, that doesn't mean anything, but to you guys, but it does to me. Anyway, I'd like to see you not have Stantec at all. Pay them off, let them go. I know I'm a little crude on the way I talk, but that's the way it is. I can't help it. I'd get rid of them completely. I mean, why do we want to deal with companies all not even from around here? I mean, it's absolutely crazy. I think they're very expensive, and I don't think the town needs to spend the money. I mean, I don't know who concocted this thing. I haven't figured it out yet, but it is, I think, probably the town manager and the director of the highway department. I suspect they're in on it. I think it's a heck of a lot of money. And on the other side of the bay, the setback, Route 132 from the Pompey Bridge up to Union Village Road is so bad that the asphalt is missing. It's missing. And no one, you know, you're going to have to close that road pretty soon. And there's a huge pine tree that's in the right of way up there. And when two trucks meet, you're gonna clean your fender and a mirror right off if you don't stop.
Okay.
Anyways, I'll make it short.
Yes. You've got your 3 minutes now, so
All right.
conclude.
I would just like to say, I think this is asinine, the whole thing. And I feel really bad for the people that live out there. Mrs. Peterson, I think her name is, she passed, and they got two houses out there that they want to sell, and they can't get the stuff out of it. That has nothing to do with it. What I'm saying is the residents I would be so upset if you guys did that to me. Believe me, those cement, that barricade, I'd like you to tomorrow morning go right up and remove the whole thing. And I'll guarantee you that road will last another 25 years without any problem at all. And then take your money that you would have spent on it and put it in other projects around town. This is a complete farce. There's no ruts anywhere. There's no washouts next to the setback. The road is fine. And you got to remember that cemetery is right up on top.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I ask Mr. Hardy a question?
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
So you, I think, just accused Mr. Kaufman and myself of being in on it. And I just like, for the record, you to clarify what that means.
What that means is, I'll say this carefully. What that means is some somehow there's a conspiracy going on here. You're both like high up in town. He's the department head, you're the town manager, interim. And I'm not impressed with either of you.
All right, thank you very much. We understand.
You happy?
No, I think I've been defamed, and I would like to know what in on it. You may think I'm incompetent, that's fine, but when you accuse me of being in on something, it sounds like you're accusing me of something illegal, and I'd like to an explanation of that.
It wasn't meant illegal.
I would concur with that too. I've been defamed as well.
And we're going to end this conversation right now, and I would like to remind everybody that we have used Stantec in the past. I think Mary and Roger were probably involved when those decisions were made. And neither Brennan or Chris were here at the time, I think, in 2017. So I think we need to make it clear that this is not a conspiracy, and Norwich is not going to survive if it continues to think in terms of conspiracies. So we need to get over that if we want to be a productive community. Yeah.
If I may, Marcia, make one more comment. I may not necessarily agree with Chris or Brennan, but I don't think they had any ill intentions with respect to how they approached this. So I just want to state that for the record.
Thank you. Mary, and you want to go first?
No, I'm just ready for a motion, but I understand.
Okay.
Mary has a comment. Sorry.
Just in partially in light of what Jeff Goodrich was saying, I've been thinking that understanding of, what the geotechnical term would do is mainly about questions of the slope stability, but maybe there are also questions of just continuous erosion from the river that could be causing this. So I just hope that the problems you solve are also related to how you define the problem. So if maybe it's slope instability, but maybe it's also just continuous erosion from the river, and it happened to be extreme in this event. So I would like to know that, that's considered. If that makes any sense.
Gentlemen, you noted that?
Yes.
Okay. Ernie, you have the last comment.
Okay. I just want to ask that the select board just please proceed with caution in this matter. The first question I have that has to be, you're not expected to answer it right now, is it guaranteed? Is there a guarantee that FEMA is actually going to pay for this? Or is that still up in the air? It seems important to that when you're talking about $1.2 million, that's an important guarantee. If it's not, it seems that you'd have to work in stages and make sure that you're not paying for anything more than actually has been done to decide what every decision you next have to make. Such as the geotechnical testing. That's probably the first step that has to be made. The next other thing I want to ask is, in light of an ordinary taxpayer who's got experience with having, living next to a river, is going to have questions about the assertions made by Stantec and the conditions of the river and the banks. For instance, the river during the so-called extreme storm event, the level was lowered significantly below the normal level that the river runs at. And it was running very slowly because it was dammed up behind the Thetford Dam. So that during that event, you weren't going to have a whole lot of erosion, not to mention the fact that, as I think somebody else here mentioned, it's in a bay. It's a closed off area. It's there. The water does not rush past there and erode the bank the way it may upstream from there. What I think would be good, because there are people that question what Stantec has proposed, what Stantec's assessment itself, and so on, is what might be a really good thing to do is to have some sort of an educational event where townspeople, taxpayers, who are going to be the ones paying the bills here, especially if FEMA does not kick in the way that is being expected right now, if there was an educational event where these people, Stantec and maybe Sanborn Head, or it doesn't really matter which one, actually goes and spends some time with people in the water, on the bank, and so on and so forth, showing them exactly what they're talking about, because the photographs that I saw in the assessment look exactly like what I saw as just ordinary riverbank. They're talking about an undercut, but the photographs don't really show exactly where that undercut was. And I combed that riverbank a few weeks ago, and I saw nothing like what those photographs show.
Okay, Ernie, thank you. Can you conclude? You've had your 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm just asking that you proceed slowly, and that there be an education event for us taxpayers and citizens who want to actually see exactly what they're talking about in situ, right there on the site, and have questions answered. Not just expect us to accept all these assertions that are made on paper and so on.
All right, thank you, Ernie. I think one of the things that I'm definitely worried about is the safety of everyone. And so I don't know that having an educational event would be safe at this point. Stuart Richards.
Stuart Richards, Norwich. Just to briefly, if you would, just let us know what the process was to select the contractors that we have. Was there an RFP, an RFQ? How many bidders or responses were there? I'd just like to know how we arrived at where we are today. And pardon me, because I haven't followed this as closely as I might have, but I would like to know whether we've done a fair amount of due diligence, or whether there was no response to the RFP, RFQ, or how did we end up where we ended up? Thank you.
Brennan,
Chris, do you want to take that as the one who issued the RFP?
Yeah, we issued an RFP as a qualifications-based selection system where we were looking for a consultant to come in and evaluate and corroborate what Stantec had come out and evaluated. We put out the bid in early September. Bids were received on September the 20th. One consultant bid on the project, and that was Stantec. We did have some interest I was contacted by a couple of other firms, but they chose not to bid. And so we received one bid. They met our qualifications. They understood the project, and I made the recommendation that we move forward with Stantec. And they're using Sanborn Head as their sub-consultant.
Any idea why the others who expressed interest did not follow up?
I do not know that.
Okay, Stuart, I think he's gone as far as he can go with that.
Well, thank you.
So you're welcome. Ernie, 1 minute.
Yes, I just want to say that I disagree. I have to disagree that it would be dangerous for people just walking on the road, walking on the slope, or even being in kayaks on the water or anything like that, to get educated on what's going on here a bit better, right from the people who are making the assertions. Like I said, I'd love to have my questions dispelled, and be talked to by, I can use the big words. I understand what these people are talking about, and I would love to actually have them show it to me.
Okay, thank you, Ernie.
I'd be willing to also sign a waiver, ensure as any kind of liability waiver if necessary.
Another.
Sorry. Yep.
I just want to say I stand corrected.
You come to the table.
Yeah, I just said to Jeff. Jeff says that the people that I was talking about are contractors. and they could not do what Stantec is proposing to do. So I stand corrected in
Thank you.
suggesting that you should have done differently because, no, I wasn't fully informed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, Roger.
So I just want to assure our Director of Public Works and also the consultants who may still be on the line that I think the majority of our community, not all of whom have engineering backgrounds, but a full wide diversity of professions and personal lives, appreciate the expertise and professionalism put forward in this proposal. And I do not doubt that they would enthusiastically want us to take action on this. So I'm happy to make a motion if you would like.
Please do.
Okay. I move to authorize the interim town manager to sign the Stantec contract dated.
1 second. No, it actually has a date on here.
Bear with me. Something different because this is
I think
I move to authorize the interim town manager to sign the Stantec contract for completion of the preliminary engineering work outlined in that contract.
And how will it be funded?
To be funded by the emergency unanticipated and emergency reserve fund.
Do you want to put a limit of money based on what they?
I don't. That's my motion. I'm happy to take amendments as we begin to fill in the multiple blanks on this motion sheet.
Ralph, do you have that motion as?
I move to authorize the interim town manager to sign the Stantec contract. No date.
Right.
For completion of the preliminary engineering work outlined in the contract to be funded by the unanticipated emergency fund.
Work.
Would anyone like to mention the limit that's mentioned in the contract?
Yes.
Okay.
With an amount not to exceed.
Yeah. And I think that amount was, I added it up and let me.
$95,296. Can you say again, Pam?
$95,300.
Why don't we say 96,000?
96,000. An amount not to exceed 96,000. Thanks for the collaboration.
Do you have that all, Ralph?
Let me read it back real quick. I move to authorize, Roger does, authorize the interim town manager to sign the Stantec contract, the amount, for completion of the preliminary engineering work outlined in that contract to be funded by the unanticipated emergency fund for an amount not to exceed $96,000.
Perfect.
You're getting good at this, Rob.
Thank you, Ralph.
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
Do we have a second?
I will second it.
Seconded by Mary. Call the question. Unless there's further discussion by the board. Call the question, Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam?
Based on the comments by Jeff Goodrich, I will abstain.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia, yes. The motion passes 4-1. Thank you, gentlemen, Stantec and Sanborn and Chris Kaufman for coming and helping us to understand this. Chris Clement, I'm sorry, I just saw your hand. Did you have a comment?
I do have a quick comment that I just think is administrative, that I assume that at the time that you guys wrote this motion, that it was the interim town manager, but I do believe you just announced he is the official town manager. So are we actually, from a policy standpoint, actually saying he is the official town manager? So that you might want to rewrite
I think I'm the
your
interim
motion?
town manager until we
sign the
sign our
contract,
contract. So at the moment I am not.
We are correct in the way it was stated at the moment.
Sign this one first, Brennan.
He is at this very moment the interim town manager until the contract is signed. But thank you for bringing that up. We can now move on to item number 8, which is the, am I wrong again?
Well, we could skip to 8. It's Tracy
Oh,
Hall permanent.
Right.
Yeah, I think you're working off of maybe
An older one, yeah. That's
yeah,
okay.
You've been one ahead on the numbers.
All right, so backing up, we've got left, I believe, on my computer, an RFP for Tracy Hall, which I have as number 7, a DPW bid for 2 things, actually, it's going to be, and a TRORC contract extension, and we have skipped over the town manager's report and the finance report.
So could we do the, reorder the agenda to allow the DPW bid in the interest that Chris might want to speak to it and then go to sleep?
Yes, I think that would be appropriate. Chris Hoffman, if you're, yes, you are.
Can I, before you go, Chris, let me just say, we have actually 2 items here on number, I have it as number 8.
Yeah.
And the winter snow plowing contract did not make it into the packet. So if we can, I'd like to table that until the October 11th select board meeting, and then we'll be able to make sure everybody has seen all of those documents before talking about it.
Yes.
So tonight we would just be talking about the A, winter sand and gravel.
Okay. Sure.
Correct.
So, okay, this confuses me a little bit, just looking at the motion sheet. So we do have the winter sand and gravel as the first motion. You're saying it's expedient to do that tonight, right?
And we don't
And the
have,
second part is the snow plowing. Is that what we're leaving off?
right.
Yes.
Okay.
This
thank you.
one's tabled.
Table. Okay, thank you. Clarifying.
So, did you get that, Ralph, as well, that the motion and the topic of snow plowing is tabled until October 11th?
But not the winter sand and gravel.
Right.
We're going to talk about sand and gravel next. So, Brennan?
Well, I'll now let Chris go ahead. He had put out bid, but I'll let him explain that.
Yeah, so on August 7th, we put out an advertised RFP for supply and delivery of gravel, ledge, and winter sand supply for fiscal year 2023-2024. The results of the bid received on September the 5th are included in the attachment. You can see only we had 2 bidders, Twin State Sand and Gravel and Pike Industries. And the results of the gravel and ledge bid showed that the gravel supply with the delivery prices were reasonably competitive for this for the smaller gravel products, but the prices for the larger gravel and ledge project were much higher for Pike Industries, as both their supply and delivery prices were much higher. The delivery charge for the gravel product to Norwich Public Works was $6.45 a ton for Pike Industries and $4.49 for Twin State Sand and Gravel. So basically, I recommend that we award the gravel and ledge product supply again this year as last year to Twin State Sand and Gravel. And then in regards to the winter sand bids, both Twin State and Pike Industries both submitted a price. And Twin State Sand and Gravel had a $17.19 per ton, and Pike Industries was $24.95 per ton, including delivery price. So again, I'm recommending that the winter sand bid be awarded to Twin State Sand and Gravel again this year.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Board, any questions for Chris? All right. I would take a motion.
Have the total for both sand and gravel?
No, they're just it's depending on how much we order, and it varies for each particular product we use, and that varies year to year. And we have an overall budget that we work under for sand and gravel, so we don't go over that budget, but we work within that realm. And I compare the individual pricing, and based on the fact that we get much favorable delivery price with Twin State Sand and Gravel, it's in our best interest to use them.
The only reason I ask is just the way the motion is written, because it says in the amount of perhaps That's not relevant here?
We won't have a gross amount, so maybe
Yeah.
it's, maybe making it simpler just to execute the,
Say not to exceed the budgeted amount for fiscal year 24.
Yeah.
Okay. Not to exceed.
Not to exceed the
Budgeted
budget
amount.
amount, yeah.
2024. Okay, I'll try this.
Which I believe is $58,960, but it's just.
Okay, well, no, it's the same difference, right? If it's not to exceed, it's what it is.
Well, there's two separate line items, one for sand, one for gravel.
No, there isn't. One was for snow plowing.
I'm looking at the budget and seeing.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about the motions.
Well, if I said budgeted amounts, that should cover both, right?
Think so?
Yeah, right.
And then
What
it'll
was
say
the
for
specific
sand and
thing out of
gravel,
it?
2024 for 20,
All
for
right,
sand and gravel.
Let's see if this is correct or if this will work. I move to authorize the interim town manager to accept the bids, right?
Bids or bid, Chris?
There's
Bids.
one- Bids, yeah, from Twin State Sand and Gravel. Not to exceed the budgeted amounts for 2024, winter sand and gravel.
Mhm.
It's fine. You didn't provide a funding source, but it's fine.
It's in the budget.
It's in the budget.
Okay, so Ralph, do you have Mary's motion?
I'm sorry.
Don't have a second though.
No.
Mary moved to authorize the interim town manager to accept the bids from Twin State Sand and Gravel, not to exceed the budgeted amount for the 2024.
For sand and gravel.
Yeah.
So it would go not to exceed budgeted amounts for 2024.
FY 24.
FY 2024 for the winter sand and gravel. I think that works.
Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay. Ralph, do you have it?
Authorize the interim town manager to accept the bids from Twin State not to exceed the budgeted amounts for winter sand and gravel for 2024.
And I think I said fiscal year 2024.
I think she said not to exceed the fiscal year 2024 budgeted amounts for the winter sand and gravel. Right?
Yeah.
2024, fiscal year 2024 budgeted amounts for sand and gravel, winter sand and gravel.
Correct. And Roger has seconded it. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. It's almost 9 o'clock. Shall we take a
Yes.
minute break?
Yes, please.
All right. We will break at 8:56 and come back at 9:07. 9:07. Thank you.
Yes.
Just because.
Ready?
You were such a.
They're ready.
We don't have any Two Rivers people here, do we?
He's still alive.
But just we could finish up the action items.
Surprised you got any repeat business.
Back to the-
It's not on.
This meeting is being recorded.
Yeah, done that yet.
So
Two
we
more to go.
have two more action items to go through. We also had skipped both the town manager report and the finance report. So we could circle back and do those first and then do the action items, or finish the action items and then go back. I'm sort of thinking finish the action items and go back. What do you think?
Just get me out of here.
We're gonna have a speed round town manager report at the end of this.
All right, so let's do the, I think the next one is actually the Tracy Hall improvement study.
Yes.
Brendan.
Yeah. Okay. So in response to the RFP that was sent out and then extended for another few weeks to see if we could get some additional interest, we ended up having 3 respondents. And in the memo that was in the packet here, I've listed them as name of the firm and the amount of their bid.
Ladies, are you having problems over there?
Yeah, I don't.
Did you
repeat? Oh, no, I did see that somewhere. I'm like, never mind. Just.
You repeat the name of the firm and I did, please.
Yes. So we had 3. You want me to repeat all 3?
Well, it's EEI Roger Lunch, right? What was
Yeah.
the third one?
Studio Nexus Architects and Planners. And people don't have the memo in front of you and want more info, I can read this out a little
I
bit.
know I printed it. I just can't find it.
Keep going.
So basically,
Energy thing.
Yep, got it.
okay, so we had kind of wide-ranging cost estimates here. The EEI proposal was not really specific and was a range between $35,000 and $65,000 as an estimate. The Randall T. Mudge and Associates had a bid of $25,000, and the Studio Nexus Architects and Planners had a bid of $33,800. Upon the review of those, our recommendation, and this was reviewed by myself and Miranda as the assistant town manager, we recommend that we have a contract executed with Studio Nexus Architects and Planners. They are based in White River Junction, Vermont. And that recommendation is based on what we thought was by far the most thorough and well thought out proposal, understanding of what we were looking to do here based on our RFP. Similar projects that they've worked on locally here in the Upper Valley. And basically, those were the reasons. I also was able to look through their references and was able to contact 2 recent projects, and both of them were very impressed with their capabilities, thought they were very easy to work with, very easy to communicate with. We're very tied in with sub-consultants throughout the area there. The difference that I saw also in the bids, because obviously that is not the lowest bid here, but they had also allowed for approximately $12,500 to bring in specialists, different types of engineers, which I think is really kind of what we were hoping to have there, was somebody that could look at the heating systems and the HVAC and kind of the many pieces of the building and structure that we want to understand. So that, I guess, would be the recommendation coming to the board tonight.
Roger.
You don't necessarily summarize the scope of work. What is the scope of work that this firm will do? Like, I understand that you reviewed that.
Yeah.
You determined that they were qualified. You determined that they had good recommendations. But what is, and now you've said tonight, which is helpful, that there's money for them to consult third-party experts, but like, what actually is the process of their proposal? Like, I don't require, we discussed this before, I don't require seeing the proposal myself, but I do want a summary of the proposal. But if you don't want to summarize the proposal, then I need to see the proposal.
So it's a three-phase process.
Yeah, so basically, you recall the RFP proposal. So
Yes, but it was pretty generic. So
yes,
getting some meat now. So what?
Yeah. So they have a three-phase methodology here, and I don't know that I can honestly easily summarize this for you right now. I again have the proposals in a hard copy form, which I could make available upstairs if people wanted to come by and review these.
Or we could pass
Can
it.
you give us some idea now?
We could pass it around or something.
Well, that's going to be hard for people to do quickly. You want me to read through this? I'd be happy to.
Well,
that'd be helpful.
Is there an executive summary or anything?
Yeah.
Okay. Start.
So we greatly appreciate the opportunity to provide you with this proposal for architectural and planning services. Projects for social service, governmental agencies, and nonprofits that makes a difference are primary to Studio Nexus Architects' core mission, and we would enthusiastically take on this project. Our experience with feasibility studies, renovations, affordable housing, codes, and community review processes make our team well suited to be a creative, efficient, yet distinctive project partner. We have partnered extensively with governmental, nonprofit, and public finance agencies, including the towns of Lebanon, New Hampshire, Groton, New Hampshire, West Farley, Fairleigh, Vermont, and Concord, Mass. Twin Pines Housing, the Upper Valley Haven, Visions for Creative Housing Solutions, New Hampshire Housing, Rural Development, and a substantial portfolio of community development projects. That's the first paragraph.
Okay,
Right, that's kind of a pitch, but-
so what is the deliverable that we
Yeah,
could expect to receive from
deliverables.
them, let's say?
Okay.
Since our copiers have the ability to scan documents, maybe you could just scan that particular proposal and send it to us.
If that's the will of the board and people would like to see the whole thing, I could
just
Well,
trying to
I
get a
think
sense of
I
the
don't think
board.
we've answered Roger's question, which I'm interested in too.
So again, they broke this down into three phases. Phase one duration, 3 weeks, would be existing conditions, documentation, and assessment. So that would be kind of getting to know the building. Phase two, which has a 6-week duration, would be establishment of programmatic requirements.
Okay.
So what are we needing?
Great.
And then the phase three, which would be a 7-week, would be development of the systematic plans.
Plan, okay.
Yeah.
Success programming plan.
Yeah, and they've also built in for some public outreach, right?
Very
So
good.
meeting with people that are stakeholders here in the building and elected officials and community members. And then again, we would have at the end of this a proposal of what you could do, which we would choose. We would like to pursue this or that or all of it.
And where does some of the you had mentioned that they would bring in consultants for things like heating, right? So how does this proposal treat our questions around our heating systems? And how does it honor those climate goals?
So the consultant's allowance, again, is $12,500, and they list that they would try to bring in a mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and structural expert. So those would be kind of sub-consultants that would evaluate and provide a comment to them. And that, again, is I think in keeping with the RFP, which really wasn't specific to heating system analysis, although that was a component of the general plan.
So does development of the plan sort of include that they provide us options or?
I'll read you what they say here. So the development of the schematic plans, define short and long-term development priorities based on the programmatic needs defined in part 2, identify potential areas of renovation and new construction, evaluate their relative merits. Number 2, identify changes to pedestrian and vehicular circulation and parking that complement building and site development scenarios. Number 3, generate a sketch plan of the building and site describing potential redevelopment options. Number 4, review plans with appropriate staff and board members to develop 3 options and refine them to best suit the town's vision as well as current and future resources. Options will include limited improvements, meeting current code, and achieving net zero.
Oh, great.
Very nice.
Okay. And number 5, develop the sketch plan into final schematics with floor plans, elevation, section, and outline specifications suitable for preliminary pricing by a third-party professional estimator. So kind of a, once we've developed the final plan, getting us at least on the road to cost estimating what our budget would need to be to pursue those.
And
and then the product, just to finish, schematic drawings, describing potential building changes and additions, both physical and programmatic charts, matrices, and narratives documenting development priorities and sequencing.
It's really good.
And then, again, I'll just continue. Number C, creating a feasibility report. Assemble a draft report, incorporating the documents created in phases 1 through 3, present to appropriate staff and community for review and approval. So that would kind of be our end product, would be a presentation to any interested stakeholders.
And just quickly,
can
you give us the timing again for each of those 3 phases?
Yes.
It was 6. Phase 3 was 7 weeks.
Phase 1 was 3 weeks.
Very nice. Very nice there. Good recollection.
What occurs to me, if I may, we're looking at a 16 weeks or 4 months. So we're looking at October, November, December, end of January, if they got started immediately before we would have any kind of report from them. And then we would need to get the estimator in to give us various costs of different possible scenarios.
Well, I think
so. We're not going to have any information to put to the voters in our March warrant.
Well, do we know that there is no report coming after each phase? I didn't hear that.
So
they didn't say that. I think they probably would put this together in a final. And I think the timing of that is probably realistic to do the work we're asking them to do.
So we're probably looking at maybe March before we even know anything. And, we wouldn't be able to put anything on the warrant.
What I'm going to suggest is that after doing the existing condition assessment, they might weigh in on our heating situation. So that after 3 weeks, we might have some information about that.
From what I've heard, again, from the reference checks and from my initial contact, I think they're going to be willing to work with us to get us information that we need, So if our timing is such that we really want to have something on the ballot for, a voter approval, I can't imagine why we couldn't do that, although it might be pushing them a little bit.
So,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Mary.
No, go ahead, Mary.
I was just thinking that we're falling back into our short-term needs versus our long-term. And this seems like a good, aggressive schedule for figuring all this stuff out, but it is only the plan.
Right.
So it seems illogical to me that we would have sort of something to present to the voters. I think it's like a phase 2 where you'd have to figure out, you have to decide. And I think that I heard Brendan say that they would prioritize the pieces of it, so we know what to do first and second and so forth. So there's a lot of work to do even after this preliminary part. So
my point being that the voters are the only ones who can approve use of the surplus funds, the unrestricted funds. So I was hopeful that we would get something going so that we could present that to the voters, but it looks like the timing on this will be such that it either waits another year or we hold a special town meeting to present something to the voters.
Well, I think there's a couple of things. Like, I think you should see this entire project as like part of phase 1 and 2, really, of what is the 3-phase project. Like, nothing about this will really we're not implementing anything necessarily from this. A phase 3 would take this work and look to go into actual construction or get some hard costs. This is just a design and development phase. I think it might not go to voters for a monetary article, but it still needs to be presented to the community. I mean, I don't necessarily know how many people in this community know that this board has been thinking about the best programmatic functions of this space. right? Or the best, how to make this building well ventilated for its workers, right? There's not a lot of community knowledge around those questions. So I think like the work, but I also think design development allows people to have reactions, get used to the idea of this space looking and functioning possibly differently. And you do it even though there might not actually be that tangible outcome in time for March. I also think that the heating question might just get separated out, you know, from this work. I think it could be like a really good community unifying moment to talk about an actual space.
We did say we would have some public hearings.
Yeah, and it sounds like it's
Still
built
do that,
it's
right?
built into the
Especially
process,
with
right?
results.
This team cannot decide the programmatic development of this building without hearing from its stakeholders, right? So, that being said, I've worked on projects that are 4 months of design development, and then you go into implementation, and then you redo design development. So there might be a situation where we present 3 schematics to the public, and you end up you might end up hearing where you do half of one or half of one and half of the other, or, you know, it might become, you might have to go back and do another design development with the community's reactions. So
And all of that takes time, and, you know,
yes,
it's
time and money.
obvious. My concern is, you know, what are we doing on the heating aspect?
That's the
Because
critical
if we're
short
waiting
term
for
goal.
this report to come back, we're at the end of January before we would, you know, have any information about what is going on with the heating. And in the meantime, we're holding our breath, hoping that the boilers continue to function.
That's why I advocated for, you know, replacing the boiler, but I think we've really spoken about that quite a few times and made our decisions.
So now we're on a wing and a prayer.
Well, we've been on a wing and a prayer, but we've also discussed it several times and we had votes, several votes, you know? I mean, it's nerve wracking. I agree on that part. I think we both agree on that part, right? It's really nerve wracking.
So we could always have another vote on that, or we could just vote on this.
Well, this is what is before us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my only question, Brennan, if I may, is so how familiar would they be with? So this building is part of the I forget the designation, the historical downtown designation, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think most of the buildings are. Anyway, so this building is part of that, and so when we go into design development, you know, is it just the physical facade that sees that sort of these protections, or is it the stage itself? You know, like the community might say, we want a recreational space, but that recreational space doesn't include the gymatorium aspect of it. We don't require this stage in order to get fun out of it. Not advocating one way or another what we do on the stage, but, you know, so like how much are they conversant in that? Like, so for example, the windows, I assume, affect the facade, so you can't take the windows out, but like the stage is not part of the facade, so can that go out? Is the fact that those offices may or may not have been, you know, I don't know, locker rooms for the gym, is that like a historically significant thing to know? So I guess my only question is
Are they familiar with all of those definitions? What limitations would there be?
Yeah, and I imagine they are, but
I also think that they're probably well versed in this type of potential historic building renovation.
Do they mention any historic buildings they've worked on?
I'd have to look.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to avoid in Vermont.
I was gonna say.
Well, some buildings are just old. Like,
Well,
some are not necessarily historic,
some
valuable.
may not care too much about it. But
Yeah.
I think we care about this one.
Yes, of course.
I was surprised about the houses ordered from Montgomery Ward.
Or Sears Roebuck, relatives had.
So
Yeah.
to Roger's question, I just found a piece of this. So in phase 1, one of their numbered topics. Review local, state, and federal codes, regulations, and statutes that pertain, including the ADA, IBC, which is International Building Code, IECC, International Energy Conservation Code, fire codes, historic preservation issues, if any, and in particular, Norwich planning and zoning codes, documents, limitations, and opportunities for reconfiguration or expansion.
Great.
Quite
Yeah.
comprehensive.
How wonderful
That's good.
to be a conversant ADA.
I love it. Just maybe some random comments. Usually a historic district just cares about the facade,
Yeah.
and whatever you want to do inside doesn't matter. Which, if you're a real old house person, will drive you nuts because, you know, ugh. But the other thing is, I had a call from the Historical Society, well, from Sarah Rooker, not necessarily as the director of the Historical Society, but there is a group that has come together that wants to preserve the Grange, and they have, which is, you know, falling to bits, and the Grange membership is falling to bits. And they have an agreement that they're going to purchase it. I mean, they have to do their fundraising. They can't remember what they call themselves. They've formed a 501c3. I think they're going to rescue the Grange, and the Grange is willing to have do this, and they're going to take care of the building and bring it up to code and repair it, make it usable. And I said, by the way, have the affordable housing people got wind of this and said, hey, that would be, and the response from Sarah Rooker was, that is not what the Grange members want. They want it to continue to be a community center and to be, you know, figure out who the stakeholders of that would be. I mean, you know, they got a lot to do. It's a, you know, kind of historic building too. But as we all know, there's a shortage of meeting space in town, and that's recognized. And, you know, to have another meeting space, especially as we keep having fewer and fewer available spaces in here. So
it's good to know about.
It's just good to know about it.
Overflow meeting space over there.
Well, it's just, it potentially will be, how many years will it take them to do that? Another meeting space.
Yeah, but that's exactly it. You know, if we didn't have to plan as much for here.
Yeah, I mean, I did say to Sarah, well, you know, your group, instead of just calling me as a member of the select board, you guys could send a note to the select board, and we'd all know. You're not asking us to do anything. You want me to know about it, so I'm
the town manager.
Just send correspondence. I mean,
yeah, well, correspondence.
People in town would like to know too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, it's just getting off the ground. I mean, Sarah Rooker sent me their draft press release.
Good to know.
Nice.
So are we ready for a motion or not?
I think so. I'm ready.
For lots of motions.
All right. I move to authorize the interim town manager to accept the RFP from Studio Nexus Architects and Planners in the amount of $33,800 for the Tracy Hall improvement study.
A second.
To be funded by, oops. Brennan was recommending.
So the last paragraph there, I had kind of written out what could have not be a motion, but basically I had said approximately 34,000. Doesn't matter. The operational performance and development fund 51 is where I think this would be.
I think that's appropriate. You could also do the Tracy Hall fund. Isn't there like 25K left in it?
There's more than that. Should we save that in case we need to buy an oil burner or something?
Not worry. 51 sounds like a fine recommendation.
Fund again, operational performance and
Improvement.
Development.
Yeah.
That sounds like it. I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Mm-hmm. Roger, do you accept it?
Yep.
And it's 33 or 8, or is it 34?
Well, okay. So when you were speaking before, Brennan, you said 33.8. So is there a change?
No, I just rounded it up and said approximately 34, but either one is
We'll
fine.
just keep it the way it is.
33 is fine. Yep.
All right. Ralph, do you have the?
No, I don't.
Okay. You want me to do it or you got it?
Oh, say it again?
Yeah.
Okay. I move to authorize the interim town manager to accept the RFP from Studio Nexus Architects and Planners in the amount of $33,800.
34.
Well, I think we just said.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to keep it as
My
$33,800
bad.
for the Tracy Hall improvement study to be funded by the Operational Performance and Development Fund.
Right.
And that was, I moved that and Roger seconded it. The amendment. Uh-oh, now what now?
And that was in the amount of
$33,800.
not, to not exceed.
Oh, no, I think it's an exact amount, right? Because they have a fee.
Well, it's in there,
I think
33,800.
this one is a fixed one.
If I may, I think it might be better to just do that approximate of 34,000 if you wouldn't mind. And I only say that because do we want to come back if somehow we've gone over a little bit on
So approximately 34,000?
Well, it's Mary's motion, but that was in my memo. That was what I had suggested.
Okay, so two things. I don't mind amending for the 34,000, but what about this idea of not to exceed?
That's how I had written it, I believe.
Not to.
Oh, I said will be approximately. You could say not to exceed. That would be cleaner, maybe.
Okay. Okay. So not to exceed.
So not to exceed 34. Okay.
Not to exceed $34,000.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mary's motion, Rogers accepted the friendly amendments, plural. All in favor? Unanimous, thank you very much.
I have to say, I'm wicked excited about this. It's like the most coherent thing that's happened in years. Really good.
Well, I can say between this and the compensation study, we're going to be
rocking and rolling.
Busy. It's gonna.
Yeah.
They don't just
We'll
have.
find out a lot, right? But yeah, good.
All right, so now I believe the last remaining action item is the TRORC contract, and Brennan can talk about that.
Okay, so this is very similar to I believe we're on our fourth installment here. This one, again, kind of the same setup as we've had, and it would run through the end of the calendar year. And then talking with Kyle, he seems willing to stay on there, although this next year, to the point of we need to kind of figure out what we're doing and try to get a person in that position, I think, full time. That's kind of a slight sense of urgency here is that, he sounded like he might be ready to be done at the end of the year.
Okay. Well, that puts a fire under us, if it wasn't already.
So this is in addition to the idea of the planning commission, whatever person they're thinking of?
Yeah, this is
We
totally.
have to have a zoning administrator, right?
This is totally separate from what that's been discussed or proposed. For the planning commission.
Can you remind me of the amount?
So you don't have this in front of you.
Not to exceed $31,300.
Yeah, well, that's the total. And then basically.
It is the new amount.
October 1st through December 31st shall not exceed $9,500.
Yeah. So these are services so TROC is making Kyle available to us for an amount. And they're doing this for other towns, is that right?
I don't think they're doing it for many other towns. I think this is slightly unusual.
I'm just wondering.
I think they provide certainly services for other towns, but I don't know that they've given anyone else their zoning guy.
So my understanding, which is of course is not necessarily fact, is that because TRORC recognizes that there is a dearth of zoning administrators, and so for their member towns, they have made one of their planners available to their communities who don't have one, and I thought we were one of several, so I thought he was doing this kind of work for others. And so my question is, obviously, like, it's very generous of them to do so, but like, what is their fee schedule? Like, how are they determining these? I guess it's just like a question to maybe.
So they're billing him out at $90 an hour.
Okay.
And basically we have him for a certain amount of hours every week, and he comes in, I think it's usually Mondays and Thursdays from 9 to noon, and does the processing of the issues that we're facing.
They've just determined the amount from a flat hourly rate, and they do this for, other times.
If I can offer, I was talking at one of the municipal leaders meetings. I thanked him for this. I believe he said, they did it when they could. So I don't think it's like
it's fitting in.
Yeah, I don't think it's like they have people on the shelf that they can say.
No, I don't. I think it was just TROC recognizing that their member towns had a need, and they were, doing this as a courtesy. This is not part of their suite of services normally. And I was just asking, in lieu of spending in $31,000, like, how are they determining that? But you answered the question. They make his services available for a flat hourly rate, and this is estimated the number of hours that Norwich is using.
It's not like the IREC.
Yeah, and for example, like the IREC has a different payment arrangement, so that's why I'm asking. That's great.
So, are we ready for a motion?
I think so. Okay. I move to authorize the interim town manager to execute the contract extension with TRORC for Kyle Katz to provide planning services to the town of Norwich for the period ending December 31st, 2023, the amount not to exceed $9,500.
Okay,
How much was the amount?
$9,500.
Why did I hear 31,000?
Yes, that was the total.
Okay.
I missed you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just like,
This
you could see why I was asking about the money. Okay, sorry.
The
All right.
extension is from like October 1 to December 31.
Okay.
So $9,500.
Yes.
Yeah. Do we have a second? I'll second. Second by Pam. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. And thank you to TRORC and Kyle Katz.
That's for sure.
Great. All right, now we have finished the action items and we can jump back to the town manager report.
Okay, well, we've hit on several of these, so I'll expedite here. Again, I normally just kind of work through the different departments here if there's anything to talk about specifically. So we have begun the capital planning process. Joyce and Barry are meeting. I had met actually last week with most of the department heads to start working through a workbook that Joyce has put together that's going to hopefully help us get a little better idea of capital planning, because I think this has just kind of been dropped, for several years. So we're kind of picking it back up here under, again, Joyce's direction, which has been very helpful. So we're hoping to have information back to her for next week, and she'll put that together. And at some point here, we will meet with the select board, and we can maybe talk about that at next meeting as far as when we want to bring things back for the select board to review and look at.
Yeah. Is that for capital planning only?
Well, for both.
Okay.
So once we've kind of completed that capital planning piece, the next would be budgeting for the operationals for fiscal year 25. We're looking at that next week. 10/4 is kind of what Joyce has proposed to kick that off. So kind of a linear process of trying to get information for one and then move into the operational. I would think that we could have something ready to review and comment on maybe for the first meeting in November.
I have a request, which doesn't have to be honored, particularly if no one else agrees. I'd like to know, obviously departments need to plan their budget and then, and present as you direct them to. But I would also like to have a budget that only has our obligations in it. So in other words, personnel really. So a budget that takes that, is the budget that we know we're going to have if we do nothing other than the status quo. I like to know like where that number is, and then I would like to hear the other number as well. Like, I don't want to just hear, because I need to know like
Like a baseline.
I need to know like how much is the budget increasing by just COLA increases and salary and health insurance. So I like to have a sense of like, if the budget is going up 6% by just our obligations, let's say, I think that's useful to know. I think if it's going up at just a normal 3%, then I'm worried less about, then that's also good to know, I guess. So I like to see that, but if that is
Onerous.
like anyway,
I think it'd be good to see that.
Let me, if I may, so this is my first budget from start to finish here. So if Roger, we can start working on this kind of as Joyce has laid out, and then if we want to have some direction from the select board, again, if everyone else looks like that would be helpful to see something broken out, just kind of the super bare bones, nothing else is going on. Then I think the exercise we're doing now is kind of a wants and needs, like what do you need? You know, I'm very cognizant that we have budget pressures. We have a significant education tax increase on the horizon here for this next year. So that was my suggestion, would be what are the tightest budgets we can put out there, and then we could also look again at, if you need something, it's a need. If you want something, it's a want. How do we work through that?
And if I may, like I've heard that terminology, Pam has used that wants and needs too. And I like, that's value. That's so value laden. My wants may be different than someone else's wants. Like need, as defined in Norwich, is wildly different than another community's needs. So like I want to know what our obligations are, obligations to our employees, for example, and their health insurance package. And so
fixed cost.
like that's, and then when I would take the other budget that is put together, in my mind, I add, right? I add. And so I know that I have our obligations and then everything else. So that's me. I made my case and I'll stop.
I want to ask about your case.
Yeah.
You don't consider the school tax, for example, an obligation that we don't have any wiggle room on?
I need to know the town. I'm responsible for the town of Norwich, right? Okay. And so like that, like I can't speak to that. I think we need to be aware of it, but I don't see. Yeah.
And you consider everything else that we have, well, all the plows, all the whatever, those are not obligations. Those are things that we can.
I think these are obligations too, but I know like for example, like another way to understand what our obligations are is to understand the inflation costs of certain materials. So if that information is available on, say, on fuel, if there is a system that estimates, these kinds of pressures.
Ms. Joyce did that for us
then
last year.
That is also part of obligations then. So it's just, so I like, I think I remember asking for it last time and it wasn't
possible or something.
Well, it was knocked down. It wasn't seen as something the process that they wanted to do. So that's why I'm saying, let's talk about it now, because I want to see that.
I remember we did get this is what the fuel increase is going to be. But I think if we get this global view that Brennan's creating, then we can do a slice and dice to get things like this obligation that we're looking for. It would be nice. I think all data has to be defined. So if we define exactly what we call an obligation that you want to see, that would be helpful.
Okay.
And Pam was next.
I think what you're referring to, Roger, is the terminology that I use called the must-haves and the nice-to-haves. And the must-haves, I'm wondering if we want to use your approach or if this select board wants to say we don't want to see an increase of more than 5% or whatever that number turns out to be. But I also know that there are monies in some of these line items, like there was $30,000 put in the planning staffing for a part-time planner. zoning administrator or whatever it was, and that never materialized, but that money still sits in their budget under planning staff. We don't pay Pam $89,000, so that is her salary plus the salary for that part-timer that we were never able to find. So I think we have to go through these budgets with a fine-tooth comb and look for things like that that can be taken out, because our goal is to find a staffer that can head up that department, one person that's full-time.
Well, if I can suggest, I think that it might be interesting if we all sort of defined what we believe are our non-negotiable obligations. Really define them. And then we can sort of say to Brennan, these are what we agree as a group. You know, maybe not everybody agrees on everything, but the consensus is these are our obligations. Can we see that slice?
What is the percentage of our budget that's personnel? Isn't it something like 60%?
Must be large,
Or 70%, some huge number? So that's where we really have to concentrate on, are those staffing positions really necessary? And and the compensation study is going to tell us a lot too, as to whether we're in line with the local market for our wages.
That's the part that concerns me, because I just feel that to get people in, we've had to, keep ratcheting up the salaries that we offer. And I think the compensation study will help us understand that better, but I'm just sort of dreading that it's going to say our budget has to be a lot larger to cope with these market changes. And also our attempt to be really, and I think this is kind of hopefully a phase for Norwich, but to try to be really on point with our legal frameworks and so forth. I think our whole legal budget is huge, and some of it I think is that you're kind of trying to lay a groundwork for a system that's more rational and legal, backed by statute and thoroughly vetted. And on the other hand, it's a lot, and we're sort of doing it because, this needs to be fixed and that needs to be fixed, and you kind of have to do it because it's lowering risk for the town. But then when you start adding it all up, I think that's going to be a huge thing.
Or responding. And
that's what I'm saying. We're responding to situations where it should be done correctly, but there's been a lot of that, and I don't know if that has a shape. Or are we kind of getting that boxed in so that we're not going to continually be in that phase of asking council for, money? I think Roger has brought that up. Just that, what is that? Can we kind of control that? Or is that going to continue to be something that has to be funded and it's going to be high? And I really actually appreciate what Pam has said. Is anybody looking at the budget? Is anybody really thinking about the starting point for what we asked for from the voters, and thinking how nuts it's been, I think, this year with all the volatility, and what does the picture really look like if you're actually responding to the market and all the crazy stuff that happens? So 5 million interims and, paying the market rates and so forth. I think we're being pulled in some crazy directions.
And hopefully as we carve down the need for interims and get people in place,
right,
that's going to calm down.
Well, I think it'll, I just think it's something we have to think about. And to the extent that we can shape anything about it or understand it and also explain it, that I think we've been doing the best we can, but a lot of it has felt to me, like you're in a car on the black ice and you're spinning. That's how it's felt to me, a lot of these situations.
My other concern is capital planning, because as we go through the budget, we get requests for putting money in various reserve funds. And I've gotten the impression in many instances that we're just putting in money because that's what we've always done. And, what are we really saving up for? What is the plan?
Well, I think the fire department does extremely thorough research.
And I have recommended their approach
right,
many times. because they have it all laid out. And other departments, I don't feel that confident in. I can tell you right now that the Vermont legislature has passed legislation that is going to mandate that we do a reappraisal every 6 years.
That's right.
So the listers are going to need to put at least $40,000 a year, every year for the next 6 years into a reappraisal fund.
Unavoidably.
Because I can't imagine in 6 years' time that it'll be less than $240,000. So these are all the things that we have to think about as we put together these budgets. Not only what are the must-haves, but, you know, what are we planning for so that we're not out here borrowing money.
Right.
And paying, you know, right now that the percentage of interest rate is just climbing all the time. The days of 2% are gone.
I might have, but I've forgotten it. I'm so tired.
Well, if I may.
If you may.
I like the idea that Marcia put out there, that there could be kind of a joint consensus among the board as to what you're looking for. Because I think if we get into this and everybody's got a different idea, it's going to take us a long time. It's going to be inefficient, right?
Yes, and if, to that end, I remember there's only one, I think this is my fourth budget, only one budget process I found streamlined, and that was a result of the board providing a directive upfront. So we had said we do not want to see more than a 6% total increase to the budget. So meet with all the department heads or whatever, but the town manager needs to make a decision about who gets what effectively, or what has to wait and what doesn't in order to meet that bottom line of 6%. I don't know if that is a fair request this year, because I, again, don't know what our existing obligations are. We might lose, like I give you that directive of 6% now, and that might be lost only in salary obligations, right? So, so I guess I'm repeating what you're saying, which is, you know, before everyone, I think there's a lot of feelings, for lack of a better word, when someone works hard to develop a budget and express the needs of their department, and, you know, the board decides that they have a different vision, right? And then they just, department heads, and watch all of the things get like cut away to the point where they don't have what they need. So I think we need to at least to honor their labor, I think we need to provide some kind of directive straight up.
So why don't we proceed? Brennan's going to do the work that he's outlined. And I think our work is that we have to decide on what we feel our obligations are, the non-negotiable obligations. Define those. We can bring those back next time. Let's put it on the agenda. Everybody brings in their definition of a non-negotiable obligation. And then we hand that to Brennan. And when we start these discussions, we can get some data back about what those non-negotiables look like in terms of a dollar amount. And at that point, I think Joyce was good last year about giving us information about how the inflation was affecting things. And I think that's going to be part of our calculation. How can we say 6% if inflation is going to be, 8% on fuel or something? I don't know, making it up. So all I'm saying is let's step through it carefully and slowly and deliberately. And next week or next time, come back with those non-negotiable items. And then sound okay?
Good story.
Priscilla?
And it would be a very tricky thing, but we might even have some discussion about whether we think certain departments should be pared back, or maybe other ones buffed up.
That goes to your non-negotiable definitions.
Yeah, but I mean, that could be a spirited discussion among the 5 of us and 6 of us, including Brennan, and it could become a very contentious discussion with the town too.
We've never had any, so I don't know why we would be worried about it.
I mean, I think that's why I think you do the work of saying an end goal. And it's the town manager's job to get to that end goal. Like, I don't necessarily want to, I mean, I can do that exercise too, but I don't want to necessarily I don't want to tell a department head that what they want is less valuable what another department head wants. I want to tell them like what the bottom line is that I want to take our town to, and I want Brennan to find the answer amongst his staff.
Well, then maybe that's your definition of non-negotiable.
Yeah.
And so just bring that back.
I just don't think it's our role necessarily to question the operations of the other department. I think that's the town manager's job. And I think our job is ultimately the policy directive of what we want the burden for our taxpayers to be. Otherwise, why do you have a town manager? But perhaps that's what we all want.
No, that's a point well taken.
I remember one year the exercise was come back with what your department would look like if you had to cut 10%. And then
John Pepper era, yeah.
Yeah, and then the board never followed through on cutting any department, so you made them do the work basically for nothing.
Well, we tried it last year and it didn't work very well.
I mean, somebody might say, all these costs are going up, as Brennan mentioned, school taxes are gonna, just give people heart failure. So here's an idea, I'm not necessarily promoting it, but somebody might say, it's a real luxury to have such a fabulous rec department. It's not an essential thing for running the town.
Well, that's
this is what I'm saying. And somebody might say, instead of spending so much on recreation, maybe we should have more on police or plowing or,
to your point, I made that point at a town meeting in 2016. And I was told at that point in time, well, rec department brings in 80% through fee revenue to cover 80% of their budget. That is no longer the case. They're down more in the 50 to 60% revenue that covers their expenses.
So those are the merits that we'll talk about when we have this discussion.
Okay.
Right now, I think what we need to do is make it clear to Brennan what it is we're looking for. And that's why I think we as a board have to be clear about what we're going to ask for.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to see us give guidance of a percentage goal.
We'll come back to that next.
And, if we need to exceed that percentage, then it has to be justified to us in such a way that, we feel that we can live with that. But otherwise, you work your budget to not go more than X percent.
When, Brennan, when does the health insurance rates come out for the next calendar year? And by what month do you calculate that Northeastern, whatever it is for the COLA increase? So the COLA increase is the 5-year average, right? So when would we know, when does Joyce know the 5-year average? When will she know the cost of health insurance?
I'm going to meet with Joyce tomorrow, so I can figure that out. Okay, so if we're good.
We're good.
We got a little waylaid by the budget, but that'll be a big part of our work for the next couple of months. So I will expect maybe after the next meeting to have some guidance, and we're going to continue on our path until then. And that makes sense.
I think so.
Okay. Again, in the interest of time here, I did want to read a memorandum from Police Chief Romei related to the speed signs that we've talked about here for the last several months. And I'm just going to read this because I think it's probably simpler than me trying to paraphrase it. So this is a memo regarding the radar speed feedback signs update. As a refresher, we are in possession of 3 RSFSs, radar speed feedback signs, that were purchased in late 2022. The town of Norwich currently has 5 RSFSs deployed, all but one installed on Green Mountain Power utility poles. The signs are in poor condition and all 5 need to be replaced. For this project, we chose the 3 most critical signs, which are also in the worst shape function-wise. These are located at US 5 Main Street near I-91, the second one at US 5 Church Street near 4-Wheel Drive, and 3 Beaver Meadow Road at Brigham Hill Road. So I'm quite familiar with those. We considered a direct replacement of existing signs, but Green Mountain Power informed us that the permitting process to do so would take 9 to 12 months. Yes. An alternative process was developed to install them on speed limit signs around the roadside. So basically planting a pole here. Since the new signs are solar powered, it frees us for the need to co-locate them with Green Mountain Power. In order to install the signs, a permit to work in the right of way must be obtained from V.Trans. So I think that's where I left off last meeting. Late last week, we received the permit from V.Trans to work in the right of way on US 5. This was the next step that had to happen before we could move forward on the installation. Up next is a pre-construction meeting with V.Trans as required by the permit. After that, we will be a visit from DigSafe in coordination with local utilities. We are in the process of retaining a company to install the posts for the signs. And once the pre-construction events are accomplished, I expect to have the signs up before the end of October. So again, if all of that proceeds as he is hoping, end of October is now our goal. And the final paragraph here. So meanwhile, we continue to receive traffic complaints. The new speed signs will transmit data collected on speeds of passing vehicles. However, they are not easily portable. I am recommending that the town purchase a Speed Tracker Plus from Traffic Logic. This is a device that we can move from place to place to collect data on speed trends. When a complaint comes in regarding a specific area, we can deploy the sign for a week or two to see what is happening with speeds. Plus model captures speeds in both directions and can classify vehicles into 3 sizes. So we can get a feel for that section of traffic. For what section of traffic is the biggest problem and direct enforcement operations appropriately. The traffic data collected will flow directly into the same program as the speed signs. This device is $3,500 and it is not in our current budget. Our speed sign line item for this year will be fully depleted by the installation of the new signs. So I have been very impressed with Chief Romei and his focus on finding data to drive operations and make decisions. And I think this is a good idea. I think it would be helpful when we get complaints, as we do, that there's speeding going on in certain areas to be able to justify that. And so for $3,500, I didn't come in here tonight with a plan for where we might appropriate that. But if I could get the temperature of the board on whether people are mostly in agreement that that would be a reasonable expenditure, I could come back in at the next meeting with a more defined purchasing plan.
Well, it sounds like you've saved money by putting them on these poles. Is that true?
I don't think we've saved money.
Okay.
I think, again, other than the process that we'd have to work with UMP for 12 months, potentially to get them on their poles.
We've saved time.
Yeah, we're actually probably paying more because we're going to have to install them.
Okay.
So,
Roger.
what do we want to do with that? I'm always why do we need data to tell us what we already know is the one question that I always find interesting. And then what do we do with the data? Well, more directed foot patrol? I mean, I think there's a world of thought that if a certain percentage of people are going at a certain speed over, that just tells you that the speed is too low, but that is what traffic engineers would tell you, which is not the same thing, which is not the same solution that law enforcement would propose, right? They would propose directed foot patrol and enforcement, right? So, I'm fine. I think, especially with data in today's data-driven world, we should be asking, what is it that we expect or hope to do with it? Let's just say it proves that there's a traffic problem, that people are speeding, which we could, and we know now that we have the data, we can't make that assumption. And what do we do with that fact?
The data is flat.
And then whose expertise do we defer to? So it sounds in this case, obviously, Chief Romei is asking us to defer to his expertise. But so I'm fine with it, but it's just,
So if the data is flat and we have, just X number of cars going over this speed, right? No other identification, but we on which streets, that could tell us where we have a problem. Because I mean, to some extent, if people want to go 80 miles an hour on any road in town, it doesn't matter that that's what they want to do. It's logically not safe, right? So, the bigger question is, what are we going to do in terms of keeping people safe? So if this will help by identifying problematic areas or identifying that there aren't problematic areas, either way, it helps us, does it not, to figure out how we should use funds to make it safer. And that could be, you know, asking for more patrols in a particular area or stop signs, or I don't know. It's not my expertise.
Well, again, for tonight, I don't expect an answer. I just wanted to put that out there for people to consider. Again, I think the chief feels that's a good investment for the town, and I tend to agree. So, again, unless people are vehemently opposed to talking about it more, we could bring this back in.
Priscilla?
I go to all the coffee with the cops, and people, there are a few, well, it's the same small group of us, basically, the usual suspects who go to those. And some of them are quite exercised over the subject of the speed signs, and they want to ask about it all the time. And Chief Romeo and I was pointing out with the last one that sometimes people think, well, I have a terrible problem, and if you get one of these things you put there, it's like, actually, no, it's it's not really a problem. There aren't really those things. But you could maybe say, yeah, actually, it's the big trucks. It's not the, you know, smaller cars or something like that. You know, that's all fine and dandy. But I also worry that it's so easy to dribble out money, and then you find you just don't have enough. And so, I mean, some people are never going to be happy with the amount of policing we have in town, the amount of traffic enforcement. And Chief Romeo, the last one, was saying, no, we don't really like to make traffic stops. People can get ugly. We don't like to stop good people unless they're being really egregious. I don't really care if you're going 5 miles over the speed limit. There was at least one resident who talked to me in the parking lot afterwards and said that I'm horrified he would say things like that in public. I don't know. I just think I don't want to dribble away, you know, but I look at that whole big part of the budget of the town warrant that we vote on every year, where these worthy charities come and say, oh, I only want $3,500. I only want $1,000. I want, you know, and it's like, people, do you add that stuff up? Do you realize how much that adds to your tax bill? And they don't.
So you're saying no?
At the moment, I'm not in favor of you know, unless there's a much bigger outcry or seems a bigger problem. I don't really want to just, so it doesn't seem like that much money. It all adds up.
Yes or no?
Well, I've been frustrated that we spent almost $9,000 a year ago. And we're just now figuring out what the plan is for that purchase. And we're finding out that it's going to cost more money to implement it. So unless there is a specific plan of how this mobile unit would be used, where it would be used, and, you know, if this is a one-time cost, there won't be any other costs associated with it. That would be important to know. But I'm not in favor of spending money for the sake of spending money just because somebody thinks this might be a good idea.
Roger?
I mean, like, again, like if 85% of the people are going 37 in a 25, I think traffic engineers tell you that the speed limit is too low. So we can collect data, but if we go against the logic of what that data proposes, or we don't want to make the data informed decisions, then why collect data? So I guess I'm saying, like, do it. It's a nominal amount of money, but I'm just saying that the bigger question for this board is, what are you really going to do? Like, what is the actual real solution, you know, for a problem? Like,
is this a solution looking for a problem, or a problem
I'm just saying, like, I would rather see like more creative solutions of having like one-way traffic and like, you know, having like planters and then have like a real road that's dedicated to bike and bikers and walkers rather than, you know, getting a speed sign, say like, well, you know, the traffic engineering world tells you that 25 is too low, but then obviously anyone who's on that road is going to flip out at the suggestion that you raise the speed limit. But like if 85% of people are going 37 miles an hour, like, is that a problem? No, depends on who's in the room, right? Like.
Just a point of order before I ask. This is a good place to mention this. I have been very interested in the roles of town manager and select board. And so if you look at the statutes, you know, anything, once you have a town manager, the things that are in the select board's realm of duties move to the town manager unless they are specifically given to another officer. So basically, it's not easy to follow. But then when you look at the highway title, there are more duties for the select board. But again, it sounds like once you have a town manager form of government, it's going to be the town manager who's going to make these decisions, with the exceptions that are laid out for things like laying out highways. But whether you're talking about striping a road or putting up a speed sign, those kinds of safety issues, I'm not sure that they really do fall in our wheelhouse. I think they may well fall in the town manager's wheelhouse.
I think Brendan can go buy this without our permission.
Right. And we're talking, right. So we're talking.
That's fine. Yeah.
We just wanted to take the temperature, right?
Right.
We're taking a long time to do.
We are.
Mary, what's your temperature over here?
Mine says, not now. Maybe not, I don't think it's necessary. And so that's it.
Yep.
So
So
there's three.
we're not gonna focus on that.
Okay.
Okay,
Next.
thank you. Okay, another topic out of the PD, which we don't have to necessarily address tonight, although I think we could. So at the last meeting, we had an agenda item, was titled, I think, the reciprocal agreement between the town of Norwich and the town of Hanover, which has just been a historic agreement between the two communities that law enforcement can cross the border of the states and basically work in those towns or you know, conduct their business as needed. They're kind of secondary to the other towns' hierarchy. So, you know, this was signed by Wade when he came on last fall. It was before my time. I don't think this ever went to the select board. I think Wade just signed it. Chief Romy, you know, hearing from Wade that he had signed this last iteration on August 22nd. So it's basically a document that was signed. But there is in the statutes that Chief Romy was able to find, it does have a mention that the legislative body, the select board in this case, would need to approve that. So I guess, again, there's kind of a retroactive approval of this agreement. It wasn't in the packet. It got left out. So if this is going to be a topic of concern or discussion, I'll put it in the packet for the next meeting. People can go through it in detail. If people are comfortable that this has just been signed by every police chief that's worked in Norwich for the last whatever years, which I think it has, and we're good with it, we could just, you know, the legislative body could approve.
So does anyone want to make a motion to what?
I
accept it.
Not having seen it, I would not vote on something like that. I'm going to make evidence-based decisions.
Yeah, the statute, and that's fine. Like I said, I have no problem. We'll just put this in. It's already out there. It's not really time urgent.
It's already been done.
So the statute says, in the case of an agreement by a municipality in the state, the agreement of the chief law enforcement officer of the municipality is approved by its legislative body. So that's where, again, this probably was not known or done in the past, but it was found this time. We wanted to bring it up.
Okay.
So in the packet for next one. Next
Well,
time.
I mean, that's one person.
No, I think that makes sense, not to, just, you know, rubber stamp.
Roger?
read something, but I'm
Okay.
sign off on.
Yep.
Next packet.
Fair enough.
Next,
If indeed it's our authority to vote on it.
apparently it is.
Okay, so the, again, DPW FEMA reimbursement continues. I think Chris is doing a nice job working with them. We've had a couple site visits. I think they're now on a weekly rotation of every Thursday morning. They come in and talk, and you know, we've had quite a few FEMA people. So your taxes at work.
Until the shutdown.
Yeah.
Is this all Hemlock Road or is this other stuff?
No, most of what we're talking about, honestly, with the FEMA is the emergency response. So the emergency mitigation, we had, you know, roads washed out that we repaired within the first, 48 hours, 72 hours. So those are all reimbursable expenses, but it is a very bureaucratic process to get it reimbursed. So that's what Chris has been working on a lot. I think that's the key piece. The Hemlock obviously is a key piece too. I had a memo that I asked the fire chief to create about Hemlock Road fire, but it's really just what was reported in the press as far as what can be talked about right now. So in the interest of time, I'll just skip that one. The compensation study with GovHR that we approved at the last meeting, we signed an agreement with them, and they had told us they needed a couple weeks to kind of fit us into their next couple months of work. So that is signed, but I haven't heard back from them since the signature. Might know something before the next meeting. Good news to report. So that MERP grant for the energy assessment that you may recall from a couple months ago, we were awarded we received an award. So I got a letter the other day. Congratulations, your application for an energy resilience assessment through the MERP has been approved for the following buildings: Tracy Hall, 18,000 square feet, and it will be a level 2 energy resilience assessment. And I guess we're waiting now on Two Rivers, who is managing that program for the state, to be the next point, and they'll, I guess, assign us a vendor who would then come in. So I can't promise exactly how long that's going to take, but it would seem, well, that was the piece we were waiting on, and now, you know, maybe by the end of the year, calendar year. So anyway, that's new and progress in that respect.
Was that the $4,000 grant or was this the bigger?
No, this is
the bigger one.
Yeah, this is the next stage after you got the $4,000 grant. I think that's all I got for the report.
Good. Any questions for the town manager?
A couple. I have one. Yeah. I would like to know where we are on the Tracy Hall boilers. Did we get repairs finished? And
yes.
Are they?
I replied to somebody there with an email.
Yeah, I asked you and you wrote back to me.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry. So we had repairs done. The second boiler is operational. It was about a $3,500 invoice for the parts and labor to do it. And so right now we have 2 operating boilers. Cross fingers. Yeah.
Good. That's all I had. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. I think we have covered yes, Ralph.
This is actually something the public will probably be interested in. I want to make sure that the point details correct. So $3,500 was spent on repairs. What was that?
Yeah, approximately. I just got an invoice. It'll be in the next AP actually. So,
so about $3,500 spent on repairs and it's running.
Yes.
The heat is on.
It certainly is.
Yeah.
And there is no other business?
So we saw the finance.
Finance report.
Finance.
Now I have questions.
Okay.
Right. Surprise, surprise.
So did you have anything that you wanted to preface first?
No, I at this point, I don't. I think Joyce had a memo that kind of covered her highlights and the normal presentation there.
Okay. Pam, questions?
Okay. One, I've already covered the department head meeting. I understand that the listers weren't in that meeting, but they do have capital planning needs, so that should be taken into consideration.
Just address that for a sec. They're elected officials, not department heads, so I don't know how you.
Personnel policy
Just a
it
second.
says they're a department.
Right. There's lots of overlap with different things, but I'm asking Brennan how he's going to deal with that communication.
I will talk probably with the chair of the listers.
How are you defining a capital asset sidebar?
No, capital planning for the reappraisal fund. That it's putting money into their reserve fund, so it's capital planning. Down at the bottom, Joyce makes this statement that property tax revenues current month shows a large decrease, $14.6 million. This is because I reclassed the school district portion, Windsor County portion, and the monetary articles to their respective line items in August. This is an accounting 101 issue. When you pay the school or the county taxes, you are taking money out of your cash account. You don't reduce your revenue. So I'm not understanding why the revenue was decreased by $14 million. We got that money. That is money in the door and should remain in the line item of revenue received. And if you pay something, you take it out of your cash account. So I'm questioning why it was done this way. And also the monetary articles in the report she gave us all have zero distributions. What she actually distributed was appropriations to reserve funds, not monetary articles. And then, so looking at the operational budget, the expenditure detail, she says that we approved $500 for select board stipend for the budget. It's $2,500. It's not $500. It's $500 per person times 5. So that should be corrected. Also, I went back and looked at the July.
Just a second. Are you saying that the 500 is divided between 2 fiscal years or what? Because it is 500.
FY24 approved budget for select board stipend, it says $500. It should be $2,500, just as it was in FY23.
So you're saying that every year we only pay $2,500?
Each select board member gets a stipend of $500.
I'm aware, I get it.
Okay.
But I don't get $500 at one time, right?
And you budget that you will get $500 over the course of the fiscal year. You get half of it in December, you get half of it in June.
So you're saying
So
that
5 times 500.
She shouldn't be saying the entire amount. She should be saying half of the entire amount?
No, she should be saying $2,500.
Yeah.
Look at the top of page 1. Town administration, select board stipend. FY24 approved, $500. That should be $2,500. 5 times 500 is 2,500.
Yeah.
This budget would give us each $100. So that is incorrect.
Unless we just got a pay cut.
I don't see it yet, but I'm taking your word for it.
Okay, I look back at the July 12 and the August 9 AP warrants and saw 2 payments to the town attorney, totaling right around $19,500. And yet I'm looking at the year-to-date spent for legal and it's 0. So I'm questioning if these were expenses that were incurred prior to June 30 and booked in the FY23 expense. If they were incurred after June 30, then they should be in FY24. And I'm wondering, did we use August 15 as our cutoff per the master financial policy? Because Joyce was talking about going to August 31, which is not in compliance with policy. Oh, let's see if I have any other questions. No. I was disappointed that we didn't have list of the fund balances for the reserve funds, but maybe that'll be in the quarterly.
Do you want to handle that?
So I didn't hear a whole lot of questions there. I heard critiques of Joyce's accounting abilities. If you want, Pam, as we have, to put your concerns or questions into writing, I will, as we have in the past, forward those on to the finance director and allow her to respond.
How is the, okay.
Please do.
How is the team building going? So we have we have Joyce, obviously, is our intern, but we also have a new finance director. How
We do. Wonderful.
Okay.
Yep.
Say her name again, Barry?
Barry Rosalinda.
Ah.
And she is here daily. And it would be great if people wanted to come by, if you get a chance, and stop in and say hello.
Nice.
She's a very competent, pleasant woman.
Great. Very happy she's there.
Very. Anything else on the finance report?
Well, it's a general comment. I wish that we'd issued a press release or a notice on the listserv saying we'd hired a new finance director so the town would know. I mean, I had some, and we didn't really do that when we hired Chief Romeo as our interim police chief either. And so it's amazing what people don't know. I mean, they say, well, we still don't have. People come and say, well, we don't have a police chief. Someone says to me, why should I pay my taxes? We don't have a police chief. And I said, well, actually, you'll be in real trouble if you don't pay your taxes. But we never were without a police chief. Yeah, I just think it's nice to tell people.
When we hired Brennan, I'm sure I remember we told people when we hired Rod.
Well, I'm just saying, okay, so when we get the contract signed, we should put out a notice. At least on the list.
I remember Rod wrote a press release once when Simon Keeling was appointed, and then we had new DPW people hired. But I mean,
I remember Durfee wrote one when he hired Rod.
But I wonder if is that maybe this is where you need a town website with a nice blogging feature where you could just put up a little blurb and have it there, and that feels like, as opposed to sort of the austerity of a press release, right?
Because make it easy, put it on the list.
Yeah,
I mean. Put it in the select board calendar notes of the Norwich Times. Oh, we never got to do that.
So, shall we, well, what would you like to do? Would you like to put out something? I was thinking that we have
put out something about, I think it's just a gracious thing to do.
For what?
For Barry.
And for Brendan.
And for Brendan. Yep.
I think we have control. I think he ought to do the one for Brennan. But I think it's
appropriate
up to Brennan if he wants to do one for his staff.
Well, honestly, I haven't done that yet. It's not a bad thing to think about. Barry's now been here for about 2 months, so it might be a little past the new director stage. Why don't I think about how we maybe communicate that out with department head level hires here, which right now would be our next would be potential DPW, planning and zoning. It's not a bad idea. It's hard to tell how much people know, right? Some people are.
Well, I don't think so Barry's been here 2 months.
Even I've been here since August 28th.
All right. Well, anyway, whatever. But I mean, I think it's still fine to just say, oh, by the way, everybody, things are going well in the town. And did you know we have this, we have a police chief for 6 months, and we have.
Do you want to create your own feedback loops? Yeah, board sanctioned feedback loops.
Well, I was going to talk to Brennan about a statement.
About his hire.
Yeah.
I think we should definitely put one out.
I mean, yes, it's going to work, so we should have those ready.
How would you all like to do that? Would you like to do what? How should it be? Like, I could draft something with Brennan, show it to Mary, Vice Chair. We can't really pass it around between us because it's all open meeting problem.
I don't have to see it.
Okay, that's what I'm asking, yeah.
I just think we should tell people.
Okay. Well, Mary, are you willing to help do this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Then we shall do that.
Okay.
That's good.
Once it's signed.
Once it's signed.
Yeah. Gotta sign that thing.
So if there's no other business,
I make a motion, we adjourn.
thank you very much. Second. And Mary seconds it. All in favor? Unanimous. We are,
I did.
Priscilla, so we are adjourned at 10:32.
Yeah, so what?
Pretty good. Yes.
Everyone.
Good night.
I feared we would be much longer. Thank you, gentlemen.
Hey.
Oh, yes. We made it before midnight, that's good.
I know. Yeah.